Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be listening, particularly to our listeners in New Zealand, who will, some point in the final day of this Test match, enjoy the opportunity to celebrate a famous series win, we suspect, with England requiring another 270 runs on the last day of this third and final decisive Test. Emilio Gay and Joe Root will resume with England on 103 for 4 after a chaotic hour at the close of the fourth day. You had Ben Stokes opening the batting and Harry Brook making 21 off 9 balls. But the good news for New Zealand immediately is that Will O'Rourke is evidently fit to bowl after injuring his finger yesterday. Just the one ball that he bowled. But he's standing at the top of his run-up at the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end, and clearly he's had that finger patched up and he's able to carry on. He's as I said, he's bowled one ball of this over, so he'll bowl a 5-ball spell now and see how that finger holds up. First delivery is played away defensively by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. Free entry today at Trent Bridge. Slightly convoluted process that patrons had to go through in order to claim their 4 tickets per person, but a good number of people have done exactly that on this fine Monday morning. A lot cooler than it has been for the majority of the Test match. Low to mid-20s cloud cover, but some watery sunshine as well. New Zealand have 2 slips in a gully. And back to an orthodox field now as Emilio Gay clips this one off his pads, off his thigh pad actually, through square leg, chased by Rachin Ravindra. They go through for a couple of runs. England underway. Emilio Gay was on a pair when he came to the crease and tried to reverse sweep his first ball in the spirit of Bazball. Not about the individual, all about the team. Anyway, Will O'Rourke is standing up very well. His finger is anyway. He's standing up fine. He's 6'7", so 6'8" even. Here is O'Rourke once again, bowls to Emilio Gay, playing defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. One of the quirkier laws of cricket have it that bowlers with injured fingers can't have any strapping or bandaging or plasters. So I don't know how the New Zealand medical staff have managed to patch his finger up, but it was bleeding quite significantly yesterday after Ben Stokes' drive smashed into his right hand, his bowling hand. As I said, 2 slips in a gully, an orthodox looking field for New Zealand, with an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. There's also a man down at long leg. Nathan Smith would presumably bowl the second over of the morning, and this one is steered by Emilio Gay behind square on the offside into the gully. Fielded by, actually it's fielded by Tom Latham. Henry Nicholls is in the gully. It's a sleeveless sweater for a couple of members of the team. Captain Tom Latham is at second slip. He's got a sleeveless sweater on. Devon Conway has also got one on at extra cover. Mitchell Santner at mid-off, and Rachin Ravindra at mid-wicket. Otherwise, players in mostly long sleeves. Here's Will O'Rourke again, running in towards us now, up to the crease. Rib tickler from Will O'Rourke, which Emilio Gay plays very, very nicely down towards long leg. First time in his professional career that Emilio Gay has batted at number 6. After the Bazball reshuffle of the batting order yesterday, saw Ben Stokes come in to open the batting in pursuit of a target of 373 in round about 118 overs. Officially, we won't get that many. We never get the day's full allocation. Last ball of the day coming up. Emilio Gay has 9. First delivery for Joe Root. England have a leg slip. Sorry, New Zealand have a leg slip, a slip and a gully. Here is O'Rourke again, bowls. Oh, drives, top edge, flies away over the top of the slip cordon. Well, the slip, solitary slip, Daryl Mitchell and down to the boundary for 4. Joe Root certainly threw his hands at that one. 110 for 4, and he's up to 13, and it's a very, very good morning for the final time in this series to Jeremy Coney.
Morning, Manners, and good morning, everybody. It's a cooler day again, and cloud cover here over Trent Bridge. That should suit the New Zealanders in terms of fielding and level of comfort. It also should suit them if there's any movement from this ball. How many overs are we? 20 something?
We are 16 overs in.
Okay, so it's a new-ish kind of ball, so there's still enough proud seam there to be able to get some movement. And now to Emilio Gay, the left-hander. New Zealand starting with 2 slips in a gully in the cordon, and then a cover. There's a deep point. He can bowl out there if he wants to, and then a mid-off and centre. Here
is Nathan Smith, bowls to Emilio Gay, clips it away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I've long since given up attempting to explain the deep backward point. Years ago, actually, it became fashionable, I reckon, as long ago as 8-9 years, maybe even a decade ago. But you know, with so many runs to play with, it's just become fashionable. Bowlers like to have that man at deep backward point. Runs aren't really the issue. It's all about wickets, really. And oh, that's a good delivery from Nathan Smith. Takes off. Emilio Gay backs away, and a wry grin from Nathan Smith. He is quicker than he looks, really. He's a skidder, but goodness me, that one has just hit something on the pitch. Joe Root walks down from the non-striker's end, looking for the offending area. Goodness me, Jeremy, that if he'd got an edge to that, he would have been blameless.
Yeah, that's certainly, it's gone and taken off. As you looked at, Gay was playing forward, but it went well above his gloves, actually, as it went past him. Took off.
It's Nathan Smith again, bowls. This one flies past the outside edge, behaves normally, but Emilio Gay, understandably a bit tentative. Similar length, and it's gone through as it should have done. That one didn't take off.
No, that's much closer in, isn't it? This one has actually just gone probably maybe an inch and a half past outside the off stump. If anything, pitching and nipping away slightly so it beats the outside edge. If it had carried on, it might have taken that edge.
Nathan Smith, none for 48, but he's bowled better than that. And he's had a very good series. He's the leading wicket taker amongst both teams outside the off stump. This time Emilio Gay leaves alone. I'd be very pleased to see Emilio Gay play his natural game and not try and conform to the lack of conformity that England have brought to their test game. I mean, he's only in his 3rd test match. Just do your thing. Just bat the way that you earned selection to the national team. Here is Nathan Smith once again, up to the crease now, bowls, and this one keeps low. Oh dear me, he's had a little push at that as Emilio Gay. He's had one that's gone through at shoulder height off a regular good length, and then that one has gone through at shin height, so it is going to be difficult. I think everybody knew that. That really did keep low. Bounced a metre or two in front of Tom Blundell. 110 for 4, England. Their target is 373, I should say. And pushed away defensively by Emilio Gay out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Good over from Nathan Smith. Might well have had some reward on this pitch of variable bounce. 110 for 4.
Probing over, wasn't it, from Smith? They're outside the off stump. Started a little wide, and that's the worry for me about the deep point, is that you don't want a player playing forward to get an outside middle, if you like, and it trickles out to point, and they get off strike, and then you've got to bowl at root, you see. So you want to be bowling at the same batsman if you can for as long as possible, I think, and build up some pressure upon him. But then the rest of the over came increasingly close to off stump.
Will O'Rourke into Root, drives and doesn't get an edge. There's some questions being asked by Will O'Rourke, not by Tom Blundell, but a few people thought, did he get an edge to that? He's playing some shots, Joe Root.
Well, that's the interesting thing. He looks more loose in the 2 shots that he's had today than Emilio Gay has, really. And I wonder how Joe Root is going to play. I wonder if another slip is necessary to come in, actually. At the moment, New Zealand only have one. They've got a leg slip. I'm not sure you want to be, bowling that kind of line, to be honest. I'd rather have you over at second slip.
I don't know what deep backward square leg's doing on the boundary either, honestly. Here is Will O'Rourke in bowls. Root leaves alone outside the off stump. Start off with an attacking field. And somebody might say, well, we think that deep square leg is an attacking position. It's hard to mount a compelling argument for that, to be absolutely honest. There's a deep backward point as well. That's entirely defensive move. But for just to have one slip, ball is in its 18th over, a slip and a gully and a leg slip, that's all Will O'Rourke's got. Here he is him again outside the off stump. This time Root leaves it alone, and there's no run. It's a moot point whether the criticism is valid or not, because New Zealand have played the better cricket throughout the series, and there have been times when they have been conservative, but they're winning.
Look, I think as far as the deep point is concerned, as far as when Root is facing, he plays that stroke down much finer. It goes down, more to third, or what we call third nowadays. We're not allowed to say man after it, are we? Third woman. But that's the area it tends to go.
That's short, and well, it's pulled by Joe Root in exotic fashion from a long way outside the off stump. He's toe-ended it. He hasn't got much power into it, but he's really fetched that from long, 2 foot outside off stump through the leg side, and he'll pick up a single. Third person.
Yep, third person, or deep third they call it, rather, because otherwise a third slip. Now, slip is also a slightly, it's a word that can be taken either way as well. To wear a slip, you see, for clothing. And generally women's clothing, you'd have to say, don't you? Let's not get into this. We're not going there.
Here is Will O'Rourke, clipped away by Emilio Gay down towards long leg. And Nathan Smith fields, and it's another run to Emilio Gay, gets to double figures. We're not leaving it just yet. Is a slip nightwear?
Yes.
It's nightwear, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nightwear. But I think O'Rourke, he says, moving on to another passage of play altogether, O'Rourke has just lost his line a bit so far. Now, whether that's the fingers, whether there's an impact of his injury, it's quite a long cut. He came out after yesterday and showed the umpire, because that would put blood on the ball, and you can't do that.
No, health hazard. Here is O'Rourke again, short and cut by Root for 4. Well, he's not got it quite right, hasn't Will O'Rourke? It doesn't matter at the moment. Runs are immaterial and irrelevant in the bigger picture, the greater scheme of things. But Root will feel better for that. He's hit that one very nicely. He's on 18 from 17 balls. Will O'Rourke is now being attended to. Is he going off? There was a member of the medical team came running on to have a look.
I think he's probably got something to put over his finger when he's not bowling. I just suspect. I think I saw something being handed to O'Rourke. So that's the time, in other words, that he's not bowling, where he can attend to it and stop and staunch any bleeding from that finger, so he can stay on. He can go off and then come back on again.
Nathan Smith has looked the more dangerous of the two so far this morning. Edge gone! Emilio Gay's gone. Nathan Smith's bowled an absolute beauty, an off-cutter which hits the outside edge. Nice low catch from Tom Blundell, and Emilio Gay utterly blameless. There's a lot of movement. Nathan Smith gets quite a lot of movement on a flat first day pitch. So on an up and down, uneven, ruptured fifth day pitch, That is unplayable, really. And that wasn't even his wobble seam delivery. I mean, but it's gone. It's gone like an off gutter. And Emilio Gay gets the outside edge, and New Zealand one step closer to a famous Test and Series win. England 116 for 5.
Very good ball from Smith. Pushed Emilio Gay back onto the back foot. Why it was a good catch, not just because it was to his left going to the keeper, because Emilio Gay's a left-hander, of course, but also because it swung between the edge itself and it arriving at Blundell. It swung and went down to the right, so it was always going away from him and down slightly. Quite often here in England you'll find after it goes past the stumps, the ball swings, and that's what it did, away towards the first slip and down, and so he had to watch that very closely. Took it in 2 hands, that's the key as well, and the first wicket for New Zealand in the 3rd over. So well done again, Nathan Smith. He's been, I think, the leading wicket taker. It's a bit of a guess, but he was at one stage, and that might just help him to retain that position.
15. He's well ahead of
right,
the pack.
Okay.
15 in the series. That's 5 a test.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Real development from him as a potential, solid part of a New Zealand attack, because that's his main role. He's a bowling all-rounder at the moment, and I'm just throwing that all-rounder idea because I'd like to get him to see him getting more runs. He is capable of holding a bat, and he's hell of a good in the field, folks. Quick across the ground, athletic, good arm, and accurate catcher as well. So he's an all-round package when he's at his best.
Here is Nathan Smith once again. It's up to the crease now. Bowls, shorter delivery, and Jamie Smith, the new batsman, plays it away defensively out on the onside. There's nothing particularly eye-catching about Nathan Smith, but as you just said, there's also absolutely nothing that strikes you as being an area that requires work. Do you know what I mean? He's one of those bowlers who's, well, we've got the speed gun now, so you don't need to worry about the evidence of your own eyes, but he is quicker than he looks, and he bowls an excellent wobble seam delivery. As I said, he gets movement even on a flat pitch. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Had to be close, that. Not out, says umpire Nitin Menon, and I don't think New Zealand are going to bother Tom Latham's strolling off towards the stands away to our right and the Mound Road side of the ground. So was that, I think it was probably, was it going down, missing leg stump?
It looks as if it's going to nip back slightly, and it hits as if it's going to miss leg stump. I think it's hitting under the knee roll just. But again, a nip backer from Smith's also quite a skiddy bowler. He's not a tall guy, he's got an inside edge too. That'll be the main reason. And Smith heard it, and he was the one that told Latham that's what happened. Jamie Smith now plays from the crease. Again, he's a player that likes to get forward and get onto the front foot, and he would normally be doing exactly that, but Tom Blundell standing up, and Smith ends up playing a bit of a French cricket shot. I mean, just immediately, just from that ball, you tend to start thinking, is he an LBW? Yes, you do. And that's as you say, the presence of Blundell. He's been in commanding form, really. He's taken anything that's bounced a little bit more. He's been able to get up and take that as well as down low.
Here is Nathan Smith, and pushed behind square on the offside, set off for a quick single, direct hit!
Oh dear.
Oh my goodness me, I think that Joe Root could be run out. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. He's had Zach Folkes at the backward point. He's thrown it from the prone position on the ground. Root knows he's gone. It's a run out. What an absolute catastrophe. It's either Henry Nicholls or Zach Folkes at backward point. Brilliant stop, first of all, and then he's in the prone position. It's Nicholls, isn't it?
It's Nicholls from Gully, and it's just a question. The only thing in my mind that could save Root would be if Blundell has disturbed the bail or not. So let's just watch for that.
Absolutely no question.
No. He's probably a foot and a half short at that stage. So Nichols moving to his right. Even though he's a left-handed batsman, he's a right-arm thrower of the ball. So it was to his correct and strong side. It's now been confirmed. Root is gone. He goes. So it's now 116 for 6. And what a breakthrough that is. Someone as important as Root. He probably was the only man you might thought, if he got in here, that he could push this total a little more and certainly give support to the other batsmen and bat for perhaps two to 2.5 sessions. But that's not going to happen now. So Smith goes, and he won't feel good about that standing at the non-striker's end, running someone like that out, and Atkinson will be the next man to come to the crease.
I have to say that there's an element of symbolic appropriateness about that dismissal, just really encapsulating the total shambolic approach to this run chase that England adopted right from the start. And I feel sorry for Joe Root, but it really has been amateur hour from the start. And take nothing away from Henry Nichols. Really, it was a very, very fine piece of fielding. Gully, as you said, he was kind of at backward point, wasn't he, by the time he threw it? But he started in the gully, ran to his right, made the stop at backward point, and the throw was from the ground. Brilliant direct hit.
It was, and he probably saw 1.5 stumps. I mean, the more he runs towards point, the less the target becomes. So, using the right hand, he's managed to strike those stumps.
Here's Nathan Smith running into Gus Atkinson, the new batsman, on the back foot, pushes it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. You raised your left eyebrow just sufficiently to give me the impression that I was rather overdoing the criticism of England's approach in this inning.
Shambolic. I mean, it was. So, look, I think as a method of trying to chase a target on a wicket that's going up and down, and I'll counter my argument as well. But the approach is fine if you are chasing 170. It's not if you're chasing 370, and that's the issue I have with it. A small total, you go out and you're prepared to lose 1 or 2 wickets by going very hard and being aggressive. Not every ball though. Choose your ball.
Will O'Rourke has got his fingers to stop bleeding again, and it's driven by Jamie Smith. It's wide outside the off stump, and an upper drive from Jamie Smith for a single to the sweeper.
That's the line you don't want to bowl at Smith. Don't give him any width outside that off stump. You've got to keep it nice and tight. He loves it out there. So O'Rourke's got to get it nice and tight if he can this over. So that's the first thing. And once the field have been dispersed hither and yon on either side, then you've got a chance to just push the ball. Surely, doesn't your brain tell you, I can take singles and twos here now that I've pushed them back? I've taken my risk. Now I can lower it for the next part of play.
Here's O'Rourke again, bowls to Atkinson, who pushes that one out to Devon Conway at extra cover.
Then if you start keeping that going and the captain brings the field in a little, you then start playing a different game. Now I will attack again, on sensible ways. You're trying to use more of the bat, most of it as possible, to give yourself the best chance. Just replayed that. It was a good pick-up, and it was about 1.5 stumps he was aiming at, and Blundell didn't have to do anything. It would have been a nasty throw if it just missed, because it was bouncing just before the stumps.
It would have been on the half volley, wouldn't it? Here's O'Rourke again outside the off stump. Gus Atkinson leaves alone. England 117 for 6. Lost 2 wickets in the first 22 minutes this morning, with Emilio Gay caught behind by Tom Blundell off Nathan Smith for 10. Good delivery, and I described it as an off cutter, and actually it swung. It didn't cut. And Joe Root run out by Henry Nichols. Direct hit from backward point.
Now the second slip is in. And so that'll be, well, I'm thinking it's Latham. Usually is. Doesn't look like him though.
He's got the sleeveless sweater on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is him. That's right up in the block hole from Will O'Rourke. That's better. Much better bowling. I must say, Jeremy, I'm the kind of physically feeble person that, if there's anything wrong with any of my fingers, I mean, just a sort of split fingernail, and it bothers me and it distracts me. And I mean, Will O'Rourke's having to run in and bowl with... You had breakfast with the players again this morning?
Yes.
Did you get a look at his finger? You
No,
said it was
yes.
quite a long cut.
Yes.
So it was the seam of the ball that slashed his finger
Yes.
when he tried to field it yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, it must be very, very distracting and uncomfortable and painful. Banged in short from Will O'Rourke. Atkinson plays it away defensively. Did you see Will, Big Will, this morning at breakfast? Did you see?
No, I didn't see him this morning. But the manager showed me about how long it was.
That's like 2 centimetres.
Yeah.
Long.
So, and it's a bit of damage to the other one as well. I think it's hit them both as he's tried to. I don't know. He's probably trying to take the catch, but at the same time defending himself. No stitches.
Oh, that really would be very, very uncomfortable if he'd had to have it stitched up. But so more of a gash, and than a deep cut outside the off stump. Will O'Rourke bangs it in shorts, left alone by Gus Atkinson. Atkinson and Jamie Smith, the men at the crease for England at the moment. 20 overs gone. They're 117 for 6. Their target is 373. So New Zealand require 4 wickets for... Famous is a word that can be overused, like great. Some things are very good without being great. But I think this would be a famous series win for New Zealand. I don't think that's over-egging the pudding in any way whatsoever. They've played the better cricket. They've been smarter. They've been more adaptable and resilient. Here's Nathan Smith. Bowls another over to Jamie Smith, who's driving that one down towards mid-off. I won't ask you to rank this series win or rate it, Jeremy. But actually, yes, I will. That's exactly what I'm going to ask you to do.
Well, New Zealand, I mean... Well, if you look at the three tests, Manners, the first one very much in favour of the bowlers. New Zealand perhaps dropped some critical catches and allowed a couple of players to get 50s, which in the context of that game was a very good total.
Nathan Smith in again and pushed away. They also made the mistake of allowing Matt Henry to have a back spasm.
On the first day, and he only bowled 4 overs, so that was another issue they had to confront. So they were beaten, fair and square, I think, and they made mistakes. And so then they went to the Oval. So the bowlers in charge very much in the first test. Second test, kind of an even one, wasn't it, where batting was possible as well. There were runs scored in that second test, and bowlers came into it as well. So a good pitch there.
Smith in again, down the leg side, and Jamie Smith fends it off. It's made contact with some... No, it hasn't. It's made contact with nothing. Not even Tom Blundell's gloves. It's rushed away down the leg side for 4 byes. 121 for 6.
Yeah, that's the one thing about keeping and wanting to be outside and the batsman in front of you. I don't know how a keeper does that, to come across and take those. Just knowing the pitch, especially when it's up and down the way that it is at the moment. That one went up slightly, and that's what the New Zealanders will be happy about. Yesterday, the Duckett dismissal, the ball hit the pitch and went up and hit towards the top of the edge of the bat and was taken.
Here's Nathan Smith again, and it's a little bit width outside the off stump, forced away very nicely by Jamie Smith through extra cover, and it'll rush away for 4. Zach Folkes couldn't get there. He's sweeping at deep backward point. That's deep extra cover. That's a very pleasant cricket shot from Jamie Smith. He's got a long way to go if he's to make an impression on this game. But for himself personally, there'll be some satisfaction of playing a shot like that. Now, when the team left New Zealand, or even in fact when they landed in Ireland for the Test match, the one-off Test match there, I wasn't aware of anybody saying that Nathan Smith would be a sure thing in the lineup. It's driven away through extra cover and nicely fielded by Devon Conway, diving away to his left. And then, even when he was selected in the starting lineup for the Ireland Test match, the feeling was, and the New Zealand media, who were mostly writing from New Zealand, to be fair, there's only Andrew Alderson, I think, who's travelling. But the feeling was that, oh, well, Smith will play the Test against Ireland, but then it'll be between Blair Tickner or Ben or, you know, and Jamieson and O'Rourke, and that's steered away very nicely by Jamie Smith between slip and gully down to the unguarded third man boundary, and that'll be 4 more runs to Jamie Smith. But I would have to ask you now whether Nathan Smith has in this short period of time in this series has, for the moment, become a fixture.
I think he's overtaken those people you're mentioning right now. I think because of his all-round game, but certainly his bowling. What he's done in the last couple of years is, for me, watching him, one, he's got more pace to his delivery. He's running in harder, and he's a momentum bowler. The more he runs in, the more pace he can get. It's not as if he stops like Sears does and does a big leap, you know, in the gather. He runs through the crease a lot more, rather like the famous West Indian fast bowler.
Malcolm Marsh?
Yes.
Inside edge. Lovely delivery from Will O'Rourke. His best. The beginning of his third over, and it's cut the batsman in half, and it's beaten the inside edge, but also beaten Tom Blundell, because I think it swung in the air after it had pitched. It's gone past the inside edge, and Blundell's standing back. No, that's a beauty. Oh, it has swung. That has swung a couple of yards after it's pitched. Blundell had no chance. I couldn't even dive.
No, that's something that's peculiar to England. You know, once the seam is in the right position, it's almost like an in-swinger, but it's really moved away after it's pitched and gone. Here we go. The umpires are coming together.
What on earth could this be about?
I don't know. Are they talking about Will O'Rourke? I'm not too sure. He's not allowed to leave any blood at all.
They are inspecting the ball.
Okay, to see if there's blood on it, do you think?
Well, quite possibly. Quite possibly. I don't know why Rod Tucker wouldn't be able to make that judgment by himself. Is this blood I see? Let me go and check with my colleague. Anyway, the outcome is carry on.
Yeah.
Well, that's peculiar.
Like the blood on Lady Macbeth's hand. She keeps washing it to try and remove it.
2 slips and a gully. O'Rourke in bowls. Jamie Smith drives very nicely indeed up towards mid-on. What a very peculiar moment. Rod Tucker's walked purposefully towards his colleague Nitin Menon at square leg, carrying the ball in his right hand. They've both had a look at it. He walked back again and threw it back to Devon Conway, it was to Devon Conway. He threw it back to Will O'Rourke, and off we go. We carry on. It's Gus Atkinson on strike, not Jamie Smith. Atkinson standing there with 2 slips and a gully, waiting in hope and anticipation. Oh, cut shot, ball too close to him. Bottom edge, down into the ground. Atkinson momentarily concerned he chopped it on, but it bounces wide of leg stump.
O'Rourke is just starting to get the line of the stumps, coming back in from outside. Both these right-handers off stump and coming back in quite quickly and wickedly with a bit of pace. And so the closing of the angle, and you sometimes as a batsman you think, that's wide enough, but you forget about the movement back in, and it ends up much closer to you than you anticipated.
Here's Will O'Rourke again from the pavilion end, and Gus Atkinson plays defensively so straight that a ball trickles into the stumps at the non-striker's end. I'm not sure that I've mentioned this at any point during the first 4 days, but not quite directly in line with the pitch, just to our left, so covering where leg gully would be. In front of our commentary box are the 2 super slow motion cameras, which are static on a railing directly in front, or pretty much just to the left of our main commentary box window, and we often have to lean around them and just check that there isn't anybody at leg gully. There isn't. They're quite large, like two very large white post boxes.
Yes, that's quite right. Now, I've put 3 letters in there so far in this match.
So it's a mild, not particularly great inconvenience. Talking of inconveniences, Will O'Rourke is leaving the field, and Devon Conway puts a consolatory arm around his shoulders. He does well to reach up that high. I think the finger is bleeding again, and or he's just not able to grip the ball effectively. He's leaving the field after 5 deliveries of his 4th over. I can't see that. I mean, there's no blood on his flannels or whatever. I think, Jeremy, it's more a question of, I just can't hold it. I can't grip it anymore. It's just brave effort, though. Brave effort. He just looks upset.
He looks disconsolate, doesn't he? That he's given it a go and it hasn't quite worked. Here's Folks
to complete the over, Zach Folks, and he took the first 3 wickets to fall, and I think he's made a really strong impression in this Test match. I've been delighted watching him. We're just having a look at the moment when O'Rourke decided that he couldn't carry on. 133 for 6. Gus Atkinson on strikes, yet to get off the marks, faced 11 balls. Folks in again, and this one just steered away by Atkinson up towards mid-off. It is possible, I suppose, it's conceivable that it isn't the finger. I mean, I said there was no blood.
No, that's right. It could be a hamstring. That might be even worse for him, I'm afraid. And that might finish the opportunity for him to continue in the game, if that's the case. So bad luck. And New Zealand are kind of down to the second string, kind of remnants of what they thought might be their first and most dangerous attack. Smith is going to continue from the Radcliffe end. He's started to get into some rhythm. He doesn't want to give too much width outside off.
Smith again, outside off stump, beats the bat and beats Blundell a little bit there. Don't know if that kept low or Blundell just fumbled it a little bit. It's hard to keep up the stumps now. I mean, it's not easy to keep up the stumps to a seamer at any time. I think everyone, yeah, that one just kept a little bit low, didn't it? The ball that Emilio Gay missed earlier that would have killed either of the keepers if they'd been up at the stumps. So you've got one slip in place and a gully. Short mid-wicket in as well. They're the 3 catches. Well, I'll update you on what I saw with Will O'Rourke. I think the guys might have been looking at something else. This is back of a length and defended, back to the bowler. No run. So Smith versus Smith here. What I saw with Will O'Rourke is, as he was walking back, he tapped his left hamstring when he was about to bowl. Then he took about 4 more steps and he bent over like he was trying to stretch the hamstring, got up, grimaced, and then turned around and went off. I never saw him look at his fingers at all at that point. It didn't look like it was a bad hamstring. If anything, maybe a mild strain, but he was in a little bit of discomfort for a moment. Did you see it, Harmy?
Yeah, it looked as though it did look as though it was the back of his leg more than his finger. He looked very, very disconsolate as he was walking off.
Smith wide on the crease. There's an edge onto the pad. It pops up in the air, but it doesn't go anywhere in the end. Anywhere close enough to Tom Latham, I should say. No run there. So 133 for 6 here on talkSPORT Cricket.
Yeah, it's a blow for him because he's been brilliant throughout this series. He's been brilliant. I said last night somebody's going to cop it off Will O'Rourke soon. He's going to get a 5 for a 6 for and blow somebody away, because throughout this series he's been a constant threat, constant menace. He's been a brilliant foil for whoever was bowling at the other end. And if he has done his hamstring, it's a huge shame.
Smith, again, full-edged, squeezed out to backward point. They're going to think of two. Jamie Smith wants it, and he comes back, and there's easily another run there. Wasn't that far away from the same angle where Jamie Smith took a single earlier, and Henry Nicholls picked up an incredible run out. Still a little bit of lateral movement, but obviously lateral movement not the biggest issue at the moment. It's the occasional shooters and the occasional flyers that everyone's worried about the most. So Smith moves to 11 from 15. Atkinson's at the other end. He batted pretty well in the first innings, Atkinson, also. Here's Smith. Back of the length, it doesn't bounce, and he has to sit on this, does Jamie Smith. We've seen that shot so often. It's a defense where you suddenly just sink your body into the ball, hoping you can get low enough when it just doesn't get up. That should have been above, probably around hip height, and it's ended up about knee height, I want to say.
Yeah, it's just below the knee roll, I think, when he's made contact with it. He's done well, though. He's doing well, Jamie Smith. He's staying, a bit like Ratchamavindra, he's staying sort of leg side of the ball, making sure that he's backing, bat doesn't come across his body if the potential of a ball bouncing or keeping low.
This one, Smith started before Jamie was even in his place, but he's defended this from off stump out to backward point, and he'll pick up another couple of runs. Yeah, he started to run in, Nathan Smith. He's got quite a long run for someone who bowls at his pace. At the end of the over, 137 for 6, but he definitely started running in before Jamie Smith had got into his position there. If that was Daryl Mitchell, there is no doubt Daryl Mitchell would have backed away. Jamie Smith's not as worried about those sorts of things. He moves on to 13, and Atkinson still yet to score. So it was Folkes. Folkes has now replaced Will O'Rourke twice in this match, or in this innings. So he's bowled 6.1 overs. I'm trying to remember, did Will O'Rourke bowl one ball?
One ball.
Yeah, in the first one, and then bowled 4 balls before. This one is forced out to mid-on. Again, he had to chop down on that. Yeah, I think it was 1 ball in the first over, and then Will O'Rourke bowled 4 in the other one. So he's making up the pattern any way he can, folks.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's bowled well. To be fair, he has bowled well. He bowled excellent. He was, his figures will look expensive, but he kept the stumps in play and basically said, England, if you want to play the big shot, you can, but you're going to have to take a risk. And he copped a couple of boundaries a couple of times, but got rewarded with 3 big wickets.
He's got this sort of hoppy run up in, and he comes in straight at the stumps, defended up to mid-on by Atkinson. No run. Started his first-class career as a opening batter. So even in a short period of time, he's really developed into a bowler. Traditionally bowls in swing. We really haven't seen him swing the ball in almost at all in this test match. What we've seen more is 3/4 seam, wobble seam. But as Harmy said, he's been very good at getting the inconsistent bounce out. He's not particularly quick. It's allowed Blundell to be up at the stumps the whole time. Bounces in again. And again, for the 3rd time in this over, Atkinson has hit this ball to mid-on, just off the inside part of the bat. We're only 24 overs into this innings.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, I was quite critical of England's approach last night. It's calmed down a little bit this morning. Gus Atkinson again, somebody who plays from the crease, but he's letting the bat come down straight, so he's been able to access and hit the ball.
Folkes on the pads, and this is flipped away. Like should get a couple out to deep backward square as Smith comes around. Yeah, this is going to sound weird, and I think you'll know what I mean here. But essentially, it's a pitch that, when the ball's not misbehaving, it's actually still very easy to bat. Oh
yeah, I think the actual pitch itself, the pitch itself is not too bad. I think it's the indentations and the cracks which is causing a hell of a lot of problems. I don't think the actual main surface of the pitch is causing too much issue.
Folkes full on inside part of the bat again from Atkinson, who pushes it towards mid-on. This time mid-wicket comes in and there's no run. Yeah, it's a hard thing to explain to people, but basically what we're saying is that this is still a very good batting pitch. It's just that it's got these indentations and cracks and everything. So when the ball hits the normal part of the surface, it hits the middle of your bat almost every time, right?
It's fine, yeah. I think it's just the wear and tear and natural variation of wear and tear of a pitch which has been baked in sun for 5 days. So, and I think that's what you want from I think it's a good test pitch. You want it to deteriorate on days 4 and 5 and good to bat on for 1, 2 and 3.
Sunlight here as folks come in, and Atkinson defends this back to him. And that is, I'm going to be confused all day, isn't it, by his over. But that's the end of the over. He's now, folks, has got 3 for 44 from his 7.1. 123 Ks that, so very much is bowling. Even within himself, he can get a little bit quicker than that as well. Atkinson got his first runs in that over, so he moves to 2. Smith is on 13, 139 for 6 after 24 overs.
Atkinson and Smith have got a very simple technique and simple way of looking at it. You know, they're standing quite side on. They're keeping basically their front pad out of the way and trying to use the bat as much as they possibly can, and that's what Ratch and Ravindra did. And Ravindra got 94 off 149 balls. Daryl Mitchell a little bit more across himself, and he wore a few of the ones that misbehaved.
Smith again, and this is pushed to backward point by Jamie Smith, and there's no run. Yeah, so a lot of the New Zealand right-handers specifically bat on off stump, don't they? And they've been doing it. We saw it in the Island series, is when I think they were thinking that was a theory for the UK. And Mitchell definitely does that, but he also then walks kind of on a diagonal across the crease, right? So it's very hard to get to the stumps because he's a big, huge man in front of that. Whereas, as you said, some of these other guys are more leg stumps, so they're leading with their bat rather than with their body and their pads.
Yeah, and that's what Mitchell does. He leads with he's a bit of a planter. He plants his front pad. He plays around it, so he can be LBW.
Smith beats Jamie Smith here. It's a beautiful delivery. Just holds its line a little bit. That angle that he causes by bowling wide on the crease, it was a length ball outside off stump. Did you see the footage of Daryl Mitchell's body this morning?
Yes, I did see it, yeah.
Which I think, we're explaining it from cricket point of view. We could just show all the bruises on Daryl Mitchell's body to say that he leads with his pads at his body.
He does, a bit sideshow bobbish. It just kept bouncing off him yesterday at a lot of points. But you represent your country. You represent your country. You know, Daryl Mitchell to what England then showed with a bat. Very contrasting.
This one's straighter, and Jamie Smith turns it to Latham at short mid-wicket. No chance of a run there.
It was said last night, this is the best way to approach it on, whether it was Ben that said it or best way to approach it on a difficult surface, on a difficult wicket. And I was sitting there thinking, do you know what? Really? You have just said that? It's the best way to approach it on a difficult surface. Ratch and Ravindra's got 94 of 149 balls. Daryl Mitchell got 100 off 240 balls. You can bat on this wicket. You show a game plan and a bit of bravery and a little bit of luck.
Slip and gully and short mid-wicket still in place. This is defended. This is straight ball going for that LBW again. And goes out on the leg side. There's no run there. Yeah, I think, to be fair, the way that Mitchell played, they probably wouldn't have been able to chase the total, which is whether they should have gone for the total or gone for the draw. We know they were going to go for the total. There was not going to be a draw. I don't think you can chase 3-7-3 batting the way that Daryl Mitchell did. But you're right. But there's also a middle ground, right?
I think you can if you've got other batters that can play a bit more forcefully.
Who's your Daryl Mitchell in that route?
Joe Root.
Yeah. I find it hard to disagree that Joe Root's good at cricket and could have batted on this pitch normally. This is straight and defended from the crease. It's a mid-on by Jamie Smith. I think some of the things they were doing did make some sense. The reverse scoop from Ben Stokes probably is where it is a step too far and you're not quite sure why you feel the need to do that. Are you allowed to just change a fielder in the middle of the over? Yeah, but why is the fielder allowed to leave in the middle of the over? I didn't see them even talk to the umpires. I didn't know you were allowed to do that. I thought you had to at least tell someone. Anyway, this is pushed out on the offside, the deep point by Smith. They'll take a single. So Ratch and Ravindra sprinted off the field. Kyle Jamieson sprinted on the field. been a couple of times this game where the umpires haven't quite noticed things that are going on around them.
Yeah, I get why they've led it. I think Ratchet Ravindra has gone off to put his short leg gear on.
Yeah.
I think that's what's happened, and I think that then common sense does come into letting him go off in the middle of the over for one ball just to get his short leg pads on, as opposed to waiting 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's better for the game.
Coming on, so yeah.
It just seemed to happen without anyone having a conversation, unless I missed the conversation. But both the umpires seem to be looking in a different direction, and suddenly I saw Ratchin standing there and then sprint off. But it could have been that Latham turned to him and just said, "Go off for one ball."
Rod Tucker was looking at Kyle Jamieson. So
okay,
the difference in height between Ratchin Ravindra and Kyle Jamieson is huge. So I think
you're not going to get them confused very often.
You're not going to get them confused. So,
but the reason Ratchin has got his pads on, although now I'm not sure what position they want him to go into, but it's because Mitch Santner is coming on. Is Ratchin Ravindra going to be backward short leg here to Jamie Smith? Got a slip in place. See what Santner does here. He's been bowling very slow in this game. We're not sure if it's just because of the way he likes the surface or that arm injury is still lingering, but he's around the wicket, slow left arm, and it's very slow, even off the surface. Jamie Smith, as we said before, batting on leg stump, using his bat on its own, playing that one out on the offside, no run.
He's just behind, he's about 2 paces behind the square line.
So it's a little bit quicker and cut away, and that is going to be 4 runs for Jamie Smith. It's a little bit of a slash in some ways, but it wasn't a good ball by Santner, and he allowed, I think, a little bit of extra pace perhaps on that ball from the previous one that looked a little bit slow. Oh, he really forced that one down. That looked a bit stiff, that ball from Santner.
Yeah, it was stiff, but it was a little bit of a sort of thick outside edge. I think Jamie Smith's trying to hit that sort of through cover point off the back foot, and he's just leaned back and opened his face, and Devon Conway's just gone a little bit finer.
This one's down leg side, and it's almost gone to Ratchin Ravindra, who suddenly realises as he hasn't picked up the ball that it's gone through his legs, and he has to chase it. But Daryl Mitchell was on top of it. But we said it was a weird position they had him in this sort of backward, short backward square leg, or short leg, but just behind. And it's just off the edge of the bat. I think it would just bounce, didn't it?
Yeah, just dropped short of Ratchin Ravindra. But again, Smith trying to sort of keep his pads out of the way and play out in front of himself to make sure that it's his bat that is making first contact with the ball. And it's just got it's got a thin inside edge there.
This one a little bit shorter and well played by Smith as he gives himself some room, but hits it straight to Henry Nicholls at short cover. There's no run there.
It's better from Smith. He was more in control of that shot. I think he got his weight transfer better than the one that he managed to get for 4.
This is a good ball, and there's an appeal. I don't think it's going to be LBW. It went to Daryl Mitchell at slip, but it dribbled. It looked straight to me, but
it's come off the middle of his bat.
Oh, did it?
I think so. I think that's why Mitch Santner ended up appealing by himself. I can't imagine one where it's hit that Tom Blundell was not appealed if it's hit.
No, I think he missed it. I think it hit his back hip. Yeah, it wasn't out anyway. It was a beautiful delivery. I think he appealed because it was a good delivery, which is fair. Oh, he's almost flicked this to Ratchin Ravindra again. This time it would have taken an incredible catch. That may actually even go off to the boundary for 4. Daryl Mitchell dives for the cameras. It was always going to be 4, I think. But that was a proper flick off the hip there. But they do have that fielder set for that. But it went straight through Ratchin Ravindra, no fault of his own, and he picks up a 4. So Santner's first over has gone for 10. One of those was an edge, another one was very well played. Let's have a look. Oh, he reacted once it was past him, didn't he, Ratchin? It was just too fast.
Yeah, it was too fast. I mean, he took a step closer because the one before didn't quite carry, and this time, I mean, it was gone before he reacted. You've got to remember as well, Ratchin Ravindra is behind Jamie Smith, so he is going to see it a fraction late, a small fraction late. So reaction times, it's literally at that close. From a catching positions point of view, you're thinking, right, am I going to catch it second time round? Am I going to bop it up? It's going to hit me, and I'm going to hopefully catch the rebound. I think it's a huge element of luck if that goes straight into a hand.
Folks is changing ends here, which is interesting. Atkinson's just retaking his guard. So Atkinson's on 2. It's 150 for 6 here on talkSPORT Cricket. And then this is the bottom of the bat to slip. One bounce to Daryl Mitchell. Was that toe, do we think?
Toe to bat.
Yeah. He tried to drive that through.
Didn't bounce, did it?
Yeah, maybe extra cover. And it just hit the toe of the bat and went through. Could have gone anywhere, I suppose.
But I think this is the right play from New Zealand with folks coming to the Ratcliffe Road end. I think this is the end which is misbehaved quite a lot. So Santner from the Stuart Broad end and the Seamers from the Ratcliffe Road end.
This is full and driven to cover. Conway fields that. There's no run. Good contact by Atkinson. He's obviously not a world-class level batter or anything, but he's very uncomplicated with what he does, and he watches the ball very well, Atkinson. Foot movement isn't really his thing, but got very good hand-eye coordination. So pretty much the same field again for folks, just from the other end. Got deep square leg out and deep point. This one does keep a little bit lower, but Atkinson watches it. Plays it. How many balls did Atkinson face in the first innings? I feel like he was around for a while.
Atkinson in the first innings faced 86 balls.
That's a lot.
23 off 86 balls with 3 4s.
I almost feel that there's something about his technique that is a little bit more suited to this pitch than some of the others.
Yeah, it's quite a simple technique, isn't it? There's no complicated. There's not much moving parts. Keeps his head still. Wants to hit the ball.
Folks, 3 dots so far. This is full and straight and just pushed into the cover as well by Atkinson. No run again.
Be a good if he ever got down to sort of numbers 9. If England come with another all-rounder and possibly another sort of better option, a spin option at number 8, then Atkinson at 9 would be I think he'd be a really difficult night watchman, and it'd be a good night watchman if he gets through the night time and then come out the following morning and bat the way he can bat.
Yeah, we haven't seen many shots from him in this test so far, as this is good forward defence there. It's not often you see him use his feet like that. He pushes it into the covers. He actually overbalanced. He went so hard on that. He obviously can hit the ball as well, Atkinson. So he has a couple of different modes, which is also quite handy in that kind of role that you're talking about.
Yeah, and that, from if he ever was used in that way, he could be a thorn in somebody's side. And the morning after he became the night watchman, but at the minute, batting at number 8 or Archer at 8, I think he's still important.
Oh, back of a length, and he wants a run here. There isn't one there, and is that Henry Nicholls again? Henry Nicholls can't stop hitting the stumps here. Atkinson pushed that out to point and decided there was a run. It was always Smith's call, and there was never a run there. And Smith probably, after the previous run out, decided it wasn't worth the go. And of course, Henry Nicholls picked it up and hit the stumps, but Atkinson was easily back in. Good early call from Jamie Smith.
Carbon copy, wasn't it? It was exactly the same. Exactly the same as the run out. Henry Nicholls, to his right, sliding, picks up, turns and throws it. One stump, and he managed to hit them. So, England are, fortunately this time, Smith didn't entertain the single.
Have we got a slight change in the field now? It feels like everyone's a little bit deeper. Like they may be just encouraging the single to get Atkinson back on strike?
Possibly. Yeah, long and long on, mid on and mid off have gone
definitely deeper, aren't they? Yeah. They weren't back there last over. So
point was out. Deep square wasn't.
Yeah, so they're just encouraging the single here, and they're going to get it. As Santner over pitches on leg stump, and Smith knocks it down to, I don't know what you would call him, at 3/4, maybe even a halfway to long on.
Floating.
Yeah, and but there was always an easy single there. So I was going to say, if you're going to do that, guys, you also then have to bring these fielders back in. So the mid-on fielder just slowly coming into position, but still got a deep backward square leg. Atkinson sort of wristily pushes this back to the bowler. No runs. It was full outside off stump.
Not sure what the angle of the deep square leg is on. He's not on a sort of sweep, not on any sort of type of sweep.
Actually, oh, this is a good ball from Santner, well defended. Pitched on middle and leg and spun, and all he could do was deadbutt that. I actually think that fielder was out there before, because they only had one fielder behind square leg, because remember the ball kept going behind square leg? So I think he might have been out there. As this is defended, but forcefully by Atkinson straight back to the
he was on the other side, because they were going to put two on the leg, around the corner leg side to Smith, and then it was Zach Folks who went over to the other side. So he's now gone on. They've now gone onto that side. He was on the offside.
I wonder why he's not a bit finer. And this is tossed up and hit into the surface, out to short cover. There's no run.
Yeah, Zach Folks was more or less side by side with Rachin Ravindra before the Santner started, and then he moved to the offside.
Santner straight and full and just defended back up by Atkinson to end that over. So he went for 10 in his last over. Santner, he's gone for 1 here, 151 for 6 at the end of the 28th over. So we saw a couple of early wickets fall today. We saw Emilio Gay get one that probably moved laterally more than we've seen almost in the entire test match. And then Joe Root and Jamie Smith had a bit of, I don't know if it was a mix-up. They just thought there was a single there, and a brilliant bit of fielding by Henry Nichols eradicated that. A slide and throw and a hit from point. And we're now having a drinks break. Do we have to rename this to hydration break, or are we okay to keep it with drinks break?
No, I think drinks break, the hydration breaks. If you said hydration break, you would get a lot of boos. There's been a lot of boos around America with the hydration break in the football. I mean, I thought it was quite ironic that they were having a hydration break in New Jersey the other day when England were playing, and it hadn't stopped raining for the best part of 7 hours. I mean, I was looking at some of the, some of the commentators on the top floor. I wouldn't fancy commentating from that stadium, not in the chucking down rain it had. I mean, it's bad enough doing some of the Newcastle games they do when it rains and it's from a certain direction, or the wind's coming from a certain direction. When you get wet, it is not pleasant. I mean, that didn't matter what direction it was in New Jersey, you were getting wet at the top of the stadium. So enough about football. As much as England aren't playing football that well at the minute, but still managing to churn out results and top the group and get into the last 32 against Congo, the cricketers aren't going that much better either.
What do you think? I know this is a big question, but we got a little drinks break here. What do you actually think the next 2 years of Test cricket looks like for England?
Sure.
Do they become a genuine top 4 team, or are they still fringe?
Wow.
I know it's a big question, but they're all drinking.
It's a huge question. I think it's a huge question that I don't think anybody's got an idea.
I think that's the answer I was looking for, because that's what I was thinking of.
An idea.
There isn't a clear, because we don't even know who the leadership group is going to be. We also, Jofra's body.
Well, let's stay with the leadership group.
Yeah.
So if the leadership group stays, which it seems to have been reading between the lines, the leadership group are Stokes, and Stokes is gone. So they're going to bring in a captain. It has to be Harry Brook. There's nobody else. I look at this side and go, I said on H&J a bit earlier, you've got 3 roles in this team now who can't remain or have an issue, England will have an issue with. First one is Shoaib Bashir, and not because of Shoaib Bashir's any numbers or anything how he's bowled. We showed last week at the Oval we can't have a frontline spinner if we've only got a 4-man bowling attack like what we've got, especially if he's he's still in the experimental stage.
Yeah, he's still a product.
You have to have 4 bowlers who are durable, who work as a partnership, and who I think are a bit different to what England's plans are at this moment in time. The 4 fast bowlers who are bowling at 90 miles an hour or want to be high release points because they're expensive. So all of a sudden that throws Jofra Archer into mix. What happens with Jofra now going forward? I don't think Joff can bowl in a 4-man attack, and he did last week, and it showed that he bowled an 8-over spell when his team needed him, and then he couldn't bowl for an hour and a half on the morning of the game, and actually cost them 100 runs and probably cost them a test match. And then the other one is Jamie Smith. Not so much the Jamie Smith as in individual, but that wicketkeeper role. We now probably need a frontline number 6.
Folks. after drinks, and this is defended from the crease by Jamie Smith. Out to point, there's no run.
Which I think Jamie Smith could be a frontline number 6, but I think we might need that. We can't afford drop catches anymore. Not when we haven't got 5 bowlers to create chances. When we had Broad Anderson, we were creating chance after chance after chance. So the odd one that went down didn't really matter too much if we had a wicketkeeper who could make it up with the bat. Now with no Ben Stokes, no all-rounder, no balancing of the side, I think you've got to go more experienced cricketers.
Folks, that front leg flicking towards mid-wicket, and then he bowls the ball, top of off stump, just pushed back.
That's the logic where. That's the logic where. But unfortunately, Jarrod, they don't think the same way as I think a lot of other people think from a cricketing point of view. So
yeah, I mean,
anything can happen.
Everything you've said is 100% correct, but you also haven't mentioned the fact that Emilio Gay is not settled yet. Jacob Bethel is not a number 3. Like, there's so many questions on this side. That's why I asked it, because I don't know if there is an answer. This is outside off stump, and he drives this. It was overpitched by folks, and it's going to go out to deep point, and they will come back for a second. It's more deep cover point. It was the deep point fielder Nathan Smith.
I know what you
mean.
I know what you mean with Emilio Gay and Jacob Bethel, but at the end of the day, England still need a number 1 and number 3.
No,
the actual role itself from a number 6 stroke wicketkeeper, the frontline spin bowler, and your maverick fast bowler that you can bowl short spells because you've got 5 seamers, you've got 5 bowling options. I think they're different types of arguments.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is this one is back of a lane conflict to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Everything you've just said, I think, is a genuine structural issue. But you also have just normal form issues where you have 2 of your top 3 where you don't know. I mean, if Emilio Gay has a bad Pakistan series, that might be the end of this part of his career, right? I'm not saying he'll never play again, but he might get dropped. And Jacob Bethel is not settled in this side. We've seen how good he is when the pitch is flat. We saw the innings in Australia, which was fantastic, but he still just struggles when the ball's moving around because he's not a natural number 3. It's not his main skill set. And this is punched beautifully through the gap between cover and mid-off, and Santner's going to come around, and they're just going to get a couple. But it was back of a length, top of off stump, where folks has been bowling pretty much, well, from both ends, but just really good timing from Jamie Smith. He moves to 29.
Exactly the way we've been talking about him, keeping himself, side on, making sure that he's waiting as late as possible to hit the ball, access the ball with a straight bat, and this plan seems to be working for him.
Folks, closer to the wicket this time, and it is defended from the top of off stump, pushed out the short covers. There's no run there. That is the end of the over. So 155 for 6, and I'll leave you with a word from Harmy as Neil Manthorp is coming in.
Yeah, good partnership this building. 39 from the 2 Surrey men. Atkinson's only got 2. He's been in 29 balls. Smith 29 off 36. The plan and the way England have gone about things this morning. The one lucky with Joe Root. Emilio Gay got a decent ball from Nathan Smith, but spinners on now for New Zealand, trying to attack from the seamers from the Ratcliffe Road end. But so far so good for Atkinson and from Jamie Smith. And Jamie Smith has looked like what he does, a very, very accomplished batter.
Indeed, he does. As Atkinson is forward, he's playing an accomplished defensive role at the moment. That was his 30th delivery. He just pushes it out on the onside, and there's no run. New Zealand have a slip, a short leg, and a leg slip. Daryl Mitchell is pretty much permanent fixture at slip. Ton Latham's round the corner at leg slip, and Rachin Ravindra in under the helmet at short leg, as Mitchell Santner is in once more. Edged and falls short of Daryl Mitchell, diving away to his right at slip. But Atkinson doing exactly as Mitchell Santner wants him to do, reaching for one that's turning away from him. Many other teams, we've said this often, would be attacking more. Here is Santner again, and quicker one. Atkinson is on the back foot, punches it down towards mid-on, I should say. Nathan Smith in quickly, has a shot at the stumps, hits them, which he often does as well. He's a very, very fine fielder, really good all-round package As we heard Jeremy Coney saying earlier, he's quicker than he might look. He skids, bowls a good wobble seam, gets movement. You said that Emilio Gay got a decent delivery, Harmy. I'd go a little, maybe a category higher.
Yeah, a little bit higher, yeah. I was trying not to give too much credit to New Zealand because things have been going for England.
Santner in once more, and forward comes Jamie Smith, pushing that one out to extra cover. That was a good ball from Nathan Smith, which Emilio Gay did everything right. Edge was a good low catch for keeper Tom Blundell. Free entry today at Trent Bridge. There's still some seats available if you're interested. Here is Santner once again, and Jamie Smith forward defending. There's no run. Only 4 per person, which I suppose makes some degree of sense. You don't want, I don't know, what are you trying to avoid by limiting it to 4 per person? You've got to apply through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, I think. Chopped away off the back foot again by Jamie Smith out to extra cover, and there's no run. 156 for 6.
I'm not sure what you're trying to do there. I think if I think this place might have been full house if Ben Stokes was yet to come in, or what would have been in and out by now if the scoreboard had said the same. But it's still a healthy crowd for a day of 5. Is a healthy crowd. Monday afternoon. I think it's. But I'm not sure what the answer would be and why they would have just a limit to 4 per person.
I suppose you don't want somebody. I don't know, saying, "Oh yeah, I'll have 20, thanks."
Yeah, they're free, so you can't be selling them.
No, exactly right. Short pull shot attempted from Gus Atkinson, hits him on the pad. There'll be a leg by. It's deflected out to Ben Sears at deep backward square leg. Well, there's a comment for a question for you, Harmy, on the chat panel on talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel from Medium Johnson, who says, "What will England's 11 be for the Pakistan Test?" Wow.
Good luck with that one.
Okay, let's start with the certainties. Okay, who's absolutely locked in?
Duckett and Gay are in.
And Root.
Yeah.
Is that it? Here's, folks, again, little cut dab shot from from Jamie Smith. Doesn't make contact.
Well, to be
is that
fair,
it? Three inkers.
To be fair, was it Medium Johnson the from the question? I think it depends on who's the coach, director of cricket. If it has the status quo and it's Key, McCullum and Brook, then there might not be too much of a change.
Here is Zach Folkes again, and this one steered away by Jamie Smith into the gully, fielded by Henry Nichols, and there's no run.
If I'm guessing, it would be Gay, Duckett, Bethel, Root, Brook as captain, Smith. Then you're looking at who fits that, who fills that void of
spinning all-rounder. Come on, what's Matt Critchley done wrong?
Matt Critchley, I totally agree. Rian Ahmed should get his head at number 7. I don't think they'll go that route. I think they'll go Jordan Cox.
Played away defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. Jordan Cox, a specialist batter at 7.
Specialist batter at 7. Potentially take the gloves off Jamie Smith and say right now he is our all-rounder. Cox comes in at 7 with the gloves. Jamie Smith goes in at 6 without the gloves. I would like to think Ollie Pope might have a consideration. They never look back, this lot, but consider Ollie Pope as captain and batting him at number 6.
Here comes Folkes once again, and that's defended. I'm pausing because I haven't heard you suggest Ollie Pope as captain before.
Yeah,
is that just occurred to you now?
No,
you've been mulling over that.
Mulling over the fact that I can't. You can't. I don't think you can. I don't think Harry can do all 3, T20, ODI, and Test match. So if there is a specialist that comes in, what we've been saying about Ollie Pope, he's not a number 3. He's a middle order player. There's a room now.
Folkes in again, and once more steered away behind square on the offside by Jamie Smith, who's 29 not out. That one fielded in the gully. 29 from 44 balls. Gus Atkinson has 3 from 33 balls, and England are 157 for 6. The 2 men out today, Emilio Gay for 10 and Joe Root run out for 18.
I'm only suggesting, I'm throwing some names out there, and Ollie Pope could. Ollie Pope's been keeping wicket for Surrey because Ben Foakes has been injured. So you could go down that route. And Jamie Smith, like he does for Surrey, regulation, just a batter only. And Ollie Pope coming in as wicketkeeper number 7. You know he can play Test cricket. You know he can score hundreds in Test cricket. Don't look at his average, because his average has been bowling down to the fact that he's been batting number 3 because nobody else wants to bat at number 3, and there's not a position for him lower down the order. These are the things that England might need a consideration. The problem England have got now is fitting 4 bowlers. Which 4 bowlers they use?
Mitchell Santner is in once again to Gus Atkinson, pushes forward, hits him on the pad, no run.
So
4 seamers.
4 seamers. It'll have to be 4 seamers. Or you go Rian Ahmed, you keep your status quo, Jamie Smith with the gloves at number 6, Rian Ahmed at number 7 as your all-rounder with a bit of spin, or a Matt Ritchie type, James Coles. These people will come into consideration.
Here is Santner. The last delivery turned very, very sharply, as it should do on day 5. That one is defended by Atkinson to short leg, Ravindra Fields.
And you might be able to have a seam bowler, a bit of a maverick seam bowler, that is Jofra Archer, who probably won't do the sort of the donkey work of 30 overs if it gets on a flat one.
Santner in again, turned sharply once again, not taken cleanly by Blundell, as Atkinson is well beaten outside the off stump. Where's Sam Curran's fitness?
Sam Curran, does he want to play a Test match cricket? I'm sure he does. Will this environment, they've brought him back into the white ball environment, does that bring a different edge to the England team if you bring him back?
Here's Santner again, and that one is turned out towards short leg and off the pad, though. Very well caught by Rachin Ravindra as an appeal for leg before wicket, an optimistic one from Santner.
So all that goes into the mix, but if England go down like what they did at the Oval and go down the route of having the frontline batter at number 7, Jordan Cox or an Ollie Pope type, then you've got to worry that where does your Maverick Archer fit in?
Yep. Slap drive from Gus Atkinson. He's hit that very nicely. The tumbling save out in the deep from I think there might be a substitute. I think it's Will Young might be on the field at the moment for New Zealand. They've gone through for a couple. Atkinson doubles his score. He's on 4. Jamie Smith on 29. England 158 for 6 now. Here is Mitchell Santner once again. He'd be very disappointed with himself if he doesn't take a wicket on the 5th day. The left arm spinner. That one fizzes past the outside edge. Turns so sharp that not even Tom Blundell, the peak of his game, could gather that one cleanly. Smith 29, Atkinson 4, 32 overs gone, 158 for 6, and another 215 more required to win for England.
Good turn there, huge turn there from Mitch Santner. But then to finish off with the sort of team and things going forward and what it means without Ben Stokes, and you've got to find, if you're going to go with 7 batters, Jordan Cox type like they did at the Oval, then you've got to fit 4 bowlers in. And Jofra Archer is an unbelievable talent. I mean, he is. He's a phenomenal, talented individual.
Zach Folkes in. Hits Gus Atkinson on the pads, no run. His record does not reflect that.
I was just about to say that. You talk about how good he is and the talent he has, and we've seen he couldn't bowl for an hour and a half in that 4-man attack. And then we talk about Shoaib Bashir being a work in progress and an experiment, and probably the one that will miss out. Shoaib Bashir's got the same amount of wickets in a similar amount of Test matches as Jofra Archer. Jofra Archer's got 71 wickets, and so was Shoaib Bashir in about 21 Tests.
Drive now, full length delivery from Folkes, and it's fielded at mid-off by Santner, no run.
So it shows you that.
Is that right?
It is. Well, before this game, I think Jofra had 65. Shoaib had 20 Tests. And I'm sure Gary Morgan will give you the exact stats. And he had 68 wickets at 39 in 20 Tests. So this is their 21st and 20th Test. I think they've got the same amount of wickets.
Zach Folkes in again, flicked away for 4. That's a lovely shot, actually, from Gus Atkinson. He didn't have to do very much. He just really had to offer some bat to it because it was swinging into him and down the leg side, and he did just get a little clip on the inside edge and be happy with that. 4 runs, 4 easy runs.
Yeah, he just didn't quite get his line right. Lengthwise, tad full, but just didn't quite get his line right, and Gus Atkinson managed to get a good piece of it. Fine leg is, it's very square. He's nearly a deep square leg more than fine leg.
Here's Zach Folks once again, and this time Atkinson plays defensively. That's a jaw-dropping stat, that Shoaib Bashir and Jofra Archer have, they're what are they, 2 or 3 wickets apart?
Yeah.
And 1 test match apart.
Yeah, 1 test match apart, and I think they've got similar in the wickets column. So it just shows you, how people can be talked up and people can be talked down. People are having a go at Shoaib Bashir because he is an experiment. He's a work in progress. He's 22 years old.
Here is Zach Folks again down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Tom Blundell, but no harm done. England 162 for 6.
Like I've been saying in the build-up to this Test match, and when people were having a go at me, criticising Jofra Archer for not bowling for that hour and a half, and it's not his fault. It's the medical team's. It was the medical team's fault trying to protect him. I get that, but you've got this bowler who we think is an absolute superstar, and we're talking about, and people talk about Shoaib being not good enough. Their wicket column per Test match is very similar.
Zach Folks in once more, and this time defended by Atkinson, who's 8. He got 2 off 29 balls, and then he doubled his score with a 2 and doubled it again with his first boundary. So how does the last hour of wicketless cricket make that petulant kindergarten cricket in the last hour yesterday look?
It looks like he can bat on this surface, Manners. It looks like he can bat on this surface. Rachin Ravindra and Darren Mitchell showed that with a bit of patience, with a bit of bravery, a bit of luck, because the ball, a huge amount of luck, you can bat on this surface. 46 is the partnership so far with a guy at number 8, a genuine number 8 in Gus Atkinson. A very, very simple technique. He hasn't blazed it away. He's fist 40.
And it's too short, and it's chopped away by Jamie Smith to backward point where Conway fields.
And playing a conventional way, which is, if it's on the stumps defensively, sound, block it into the ground. Come on, bowl me next one. And then if there is anything on offer, we'll try and score. There hasn't been much on offer for Atkinson, but there has for Smith.
Here's Santner again, and another one slightly too short, and it's cut away by Smith, only as far as Nichols at extra cover. No run.
Gary's just sent a message. Before this test, Archer had 65 wickets at 29 in 19 tests. Bashir 68 wickets at 39 in 28 tests.
Santner, big round arm delivery, and this one turns, hits Jamie Smith on the pad. Again, the beginnings of an appeal. Sounded more like a yelp that a dog might produce having its paw stood on. Not out, says umpire Rod Tucker. A short leg slip, orthodox slip, and a short catching extra cover. Big appeal for leg before wicket again. Well, the beginnings of one. Once more, that paw's been stood on again. 29 to Jamie Smith. Atkinson has 8. England are 162 for 6.
Yeah, so I was right. Shoaib's played one more test, and they've both got the same amount of wickets.
Average of 29 and 39. Here's Santner again, bowls. Jamie Smith drives down the ground. Very good, clean hit. Completely simple swing of the bat, straight back over the bowler's head. It's gone all the way. That's really delicious timing from Jamie Smith. It wasn't the full backswing, and or maybe it was. It was just very simple clinical technique.
50 partnership between Smith and Atkinson.
Here is Santner once more, and that's pushed away by Jamie Smith towards mid-on, but intercepted by Santner off his own bowling, and there's no run. 168 for 6. You never ever say never in this wonderful game of Test cricket, although England looked like they were trying in the last hour last night. Anyway, they still require another 205 to win.
Yes, you never say never, and it's good from Jamie Smith. Just got one. First one he's getting above the eye line from Mitch Santner. Just tossed it up a little bit. Mid on and mid off were deep enough, but he wasn't going to be put off by a chance to free his arms and get it going. So, just to finish on what Pakistan series could look like from an England point of view. If a lot of people who are lying just look into the fact that he's got the same amount of wickets as Jofra Archer, who we see as a lethal weapon, a potent weapon, who is not that durable, and we don't want to run him into the ground. And all of a sudden, does that put that role of Archer under pressure? And it possibly means England have to find somebody at number 7 that can bowl a bit to take the pressure off Jofra.
First over of the day for Ben Sears, and his first delivery is full and straight. Gus Atkinson flicks it away for a single down towards long leg. Just explain to some of our listeners and viewers who might not put 2 and 2 together about what you said about Shoaib Bashir can't play if Ben Stokes isn't captain.
Well, then, because once Ben Stokes is not captain, we're talking about that number 7 spot. If it is a Jamie Cox or if like at the Oval, then you need four frontline bowling options. And I think it's shown that Shoaib struggles in a 4-man frontline bowling option. He's not Graham Swan.
Pushed away defensively now by Jamie Smith, because there was some people who would think that you were referring to Ben Stokes' captaincy, and there is an element to that as well.
There is an element to that, but there's also an element to the fact that Ben Stokes is a frontline bowler.
But Stokes has also backed Shoaib Bashir in a way that other captains might not.
Yeah, he's backed Shoaib Bashir as other captains haven't, but he's also used him in a way that he hasn't got to hold and end up because you've got 5 bowling options.
Ben Sears in again, and once more it's in at the body of Jamie Smith, and he too turns it away down to long leg for a single as Zach Folkes does the tidying up.
Not many teams play with a 4-man bowling attack with a spin bowler unless that spin bowler is special. Is a top spin bowler. I can think of my time. The only one that I think has ever really done it for England is Graham Swan. Shane Warne did it for Australia.
Nathan Lyon
does it for Australia.
Here is Ben Sears once again. Big leap, leap up into the air, and then delivers, and that's defended by Gus Atkinson.
And we've seen at the Oval. Then you look at, you've got an attack with Josh Tongue in. Josh Tongue is a wicket-taking bowler who can be expensive. Sonny Baker, who was at the Oval, another wicket-taking bowler who can be expensive. Jofra Archer's averaging 30, with 71 wickets in 20 Test matches. So you need bowlers that you can hang your hat on. And
here's Ben Sears, and that's flicked away off the pad by Gus Atkinson out off spinners to be a part of a 4-man attack.
Absolutely, and it's if you've got Broad, Anderson and a Wokes or a Robinson, yes, you haven't got that potent fast bowler, but you can have control, and then you can maybe pick your Maverick spinner or your Maverick fast bowler. But England haven't got that luxury either.
Here's Ben Sears again, and he's bowling very full, very straight at the stumps. And what can tend to happen is if you are bowling at the stumps, you will get work through the leg side a lot, but you just need the batsman to miss one. And you're in with a LBW shout. 171 for 6, 35 overs gone. This partnership is worth 55, and England just settling down. 70 overs to be bowled in the day, and another 202 runs required, with a total on 171 for 6. Sorry, I beg your pardon. How close would you think James Coles is? He took a bag full of wickets in Sussex's last game, didn't it? Or was it penultimate game? I think he took 10, didn't he?
Yeah, he took a lot of wickets. He could be the one that England, if you remember all them years ago, England went to Worcester and got Moeen Ali and gone, right, we'll develop his bowling. We know he can bat, so we can develop his bowling as a number 7 and number 8.
Mitchell Santner is in again to Jamie Smith, to Gus Atkinson, sorry, who drives that hard back to the bowler.
So for a year, for a year's period or an 8-month period leading into the Ashes, you could take a punt and say, right, we're going to bat James Coles at 7. If he's good enough to bat at 7, his bowling will come. We've got a bit of Bethel, we've got a bit of Root.
Short, long hop, drag down, pulled out towards deep backward square. Well, it's not backward, deep square leg. It's Zach Folkes is out. That's Will Young, it's the substitute. Will Young's on the field. He's on the field for Will O'Rourke, who had an injured finger, but we think now has got a leg injury of some form. He walked off quite gingerly halfway through his 5th over. Here's Santner again, bowls. Nice looking cover drive from Jamie Smith, but it's only as far as Ben Sears on the cover boundary. Gosh, batting looks straightforward at the moment.
Sun's out, isn't it? Sun's out. It does. It looks. You can bat on this surface. I mean, you can. And it just shows what a mockery that. I think. Well, I'm trying to the right words to be kind about that last night.
Petulant. Here's Santner again. Swing and a miss from Gus Atkinson. I'm sorry, Gus. That was a slog. That was a slog.
You've gone from trying to defend and play and block your stumps to that. I mean, you've gone from taking an iron off the tee for the first 4, and you've now got a par 5 and a driver in your hand.
He missed it by a long way. That ball turned sharply. Santner in once again, and that's again defended by Gus Atkinson. For the most part, he's been resilient. 11 off 52 balls, and that was the first time he's lost his head. Lost his shape, slogged the cover off it, missed it by inches. Here is Santner once more, slower one, and he tries to cut one that's perhaps not short enough, and it fizzes over the top edge into the gloves of Tom Blundell. New Zealand have everything in their favour here. 173 for 6 England, another 200 required. They can be patient, they've got plenty of overs in hand, 69 more to be bowled today. They don't need to rush anything, but then I think patience has been a recurring feature of New Zealand's cricket.
It has, a recurrent feature of New Zealand's cricket and a recurring non-feature of English cricket. Yeah, an absence of English cricket. So yeah, non-patience. But to finish off on James Coles, you could develop somebody like that, like England did, like I said, a few years ago with Moeen Ali. They're going to go to Bangladesh. They're going to have to take a frontline spin bowler there, where Coles might sort of pick up the slack of a second spin bowler. South Africa, you don't. It's not massive necessity to have the frontline spin bowler as.
Ben Sears begins a new over, and it's pushed firmly by Smith straight back to the bowler.
So England could develop that all-rounder, whether it's a Coles or a Rian Ahmed in
Critchley.
Critchley, yeah, Patterson White, who's more, I think, more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder. Critchley, Rian Ahmed and James Coles, all 3 of them are batting all-rounders, like what Moeen Ali was, and you look how good Moeen Ali was. So it's about the development, and I think it's about the right environment.
Sears in again, defended by Smith, 173 for 6.
My worry is the right environment. What you're bringing, like I said this many times before in the build-up to this Test match, I'm concerned of bringing new players in because I'm not convinced the players that are coming in are coming into a very, very good environment in basically learning about Test match cricket and how the game plans that are set, or the non-game plans that are set, with where England are at the minute. So that would concern me, bringing some fresh blood in.
Pushed away out towards mid-on, and there's no run. Do you know what? One of the thoughts that occurred to me in that very, very sad passage of play at the close of yesterday was, if I was a 25-year-old, for example, and the academy and second 11 cricket, and had developed my game, worked really hard, and understood the values and the qualities required to succeed in red ball cricket. Here is Ben Sears again, and it's defended again by Jamie Smith. And I watched that last session yesterday, and all my desire and all my drive was geared towards playing for England, I don't know how I'd feel about getting a call-up.
Yeah, I mean, as the way cricket's going, it seems as though your education in first-class cricket is being pushed towards the way they played last night.
Here comes Ben Sears again, and it's defended, blocked straight back to the bowler,
which is quite troubling, because you see some of the mentalities in first-class cricket. Are they getting pushed towards? I'm sure we'll get Paul Fabris on our cricket show over the course of the next few weeks, and there's Darren Lehman, who's doing doing well at Northampton, doing well, and Adam Holyoke of Kent side who are doing well. Is this what they're learning in first-class cricket? Because they see that's how the avenue is into the Test team.
Here comes Ben Sears again, full and straight and defended by Jamie Smith, who's 37 not out, the end of the over. 37 from 60 balls. Gus Atkinson has 11 from 53 balls. It's 173 for 6. Yeah, I mean, it was, you know, you can't overplay the level of irresponsibility and irrationality of an innings that Harry Brook played. I mean, a man with his talent, I might say too much. I'm going to leave Jarrod Kimber for the last 25 minutes.
And you're right, but you know, the concerning point with that is that possibly being brainwashed to think this is the right way, this is the best way that you play Test match cricket. And for me, I think that's the biggest sad indictment of where we are at the minute with England.
Santner in. This is defended off the front foot by Atkinson. Short cover. No run. I like this field better, by the way. I know that you're talking about something serious, but I like the 2 catches on the leg side for Santner.
Yeah, I think that's right. They were about to do that very first ball he bowled, but then changed it right at the last minute, didn't it?
It's coming around the wicket again. Is this quicker? Hits the pad. I think it was probably just a little bit too leg side. Atkinson tried to flick this away. Some of these balls have spun just ridiculous amounts. Atkinson missed one by 45 centimetres.
He did, yeah. It was a good one, and it was a good ball. It was a bowled a little bit slower as well.
Around the wicket again, the tall left armour, and just pushes this past short leg, and they take a single. So move on to 174 for 6. Atkinson's on 12, and Jamie Smith facing on 37. Sorry. You were talking about something serious, and I started talking about fielding position.
No, it's fine. We would just talk. We got a question. We got a question in from YouTube asking what we think the 11 would be look like against Pakistan.
Oh, inside edge, just past Tom Latham at leg slip, who again forgets there's no one behind him, and Daryl Mitchell has to go do the work. It's a good delivery. They're going to come back. No, I thought they're going to come back for a third, but just 2. Stops about 15-20 metres in from the boundary, and Mitchell did chase it quite quickly, but it's the second time that someone's been in that sort of leg slippy position. The ball's gone through them, and they've just assumed someone's behind them, but there's no one else behind square because we've got 2 catches in that position.
And we were, you know, coming up with some theories on the management and how the management would look at it. And no Ben Stokes at number 7 is an out-and-out batter. Does Ollie Pope come into consideration, which I hope he does? Probably not get a game, but from a captaincy point of view.
It's down the leg side, and again there's a little bit of glove or something, and it flicks the gap between Latham and Ravindra. They're going to take a single. I thought that was glove. Did you think that?
It did look. It looked very, very close of Latham. It seemed to. It suggested to me.
Oh no, it was off the bat. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's off the face of the bat.
Well, good placement from Smith then, because he did pick the gap between the 2 catches, and straight away. Oh no, I thought Ravindra was going to move. He's maybe gone a foot. He's now moved 3 different directions. They're trying to work out the fielder at deep backward square, or deep forward square, I should say. And he has. He's gone about 2 steps finer. And this is quicker from Santner on the stumps and defended by Atkinson. Back up the short cover, and there is no run. Sam Curran?
Yeah, we're talking about Sam Curran, or we're talking about that spin bowling option.
Yeah, Rayhan Ahmed's the other one, isn't he?
Yeah, the man likes Matt Critchley. You know, when Moeen Ali was developed as a sort of the spin option, he was seen as a batter. England went down to Worcester, watched a batter who could bowl a little bit, and developed him into into a frontline spin bowler, which I thought was that potentially could happen with someone like a Coles or a Rian Ahmed. So Patterson White's more of a bowling all-rounder. And then we talked about Jofra Archer and got on to Jofra again. And Jofra and Shoaib Bashir basically having the same wickets per test match ratio. And one is supposed to be an experiment and one's supposed to be your exciting fast bowler.
Blundell takes it. They've got 3 fielders in front of square on the leg side. So he's trying to bowl straight. He's just got that one slightly wrong.
But it was all a conversation on, the problems that this group's going to have replacing a genuine all-rounder. And that is a serious problem for a group who are under huge amount of pressure. If it is this group that takes us forward into that first test match against Pakistan.
Sears slips in place. This is a good ball, and he ends up defending it almost one hand off the bat. Does Atkinson back up to the bowler? Smith, I should say. Back up to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, I remember when Callis retired. So it must have been 13-14 when they were playing against Australia, and they replaced him with 2 players. Do you remember Ryan McLaren, who played for Kent?
Yeah, Ryan McLaren played for Kent.
And then Robin Peterson, who obviously most people would know played a lot of international cricket for a long time. They basically brought them both in, and they batted them at, I want to say 6 and 7, was it 7 and 8? I'd have to go back and check. And this is mistimed, very full outside of stump. He tries to smash a drive, but off the toe of the bat and goes down. Yeah, they batted them there. But the problem is that Ryan McLaren's probably a number 8 in international cricket, and probably so is Robin Peterson. And they ran into Ryan Harris and Mitchell Johnson. And so I don't know how long that lasted, but I remember Ryan McLaren getting hit in the head. And if you look after that, they didn't know what to do, South Africa, and to the point now where no one in the South African team thinks Marco Jansen is a number 7 now. But they're like, we'd rather have an extra bowler in and have slightly weaker batting. So they still haven't really overcome that issue. Oh, this keeps low again. Turns this down to fine leg. That was the one for the bowler of the LBW, but he just got a little bit of bat on that, and he'll take a single, Smith.
Yeah, they haven't, but they've got Maharaj who can bowl in a 4-man attack. That's the problem. If you want a balanced attack, you can't have... You're not getting a spinner. England at this moment in time haven't got a spinner to play in a 4-man attack without Ben Stokes. So
no. So the last couple of years, what they've basically done is they've got attacking bowlers, but also they don't go for masses of runs, right? So Marco can have the odd bad day, even Rabada can have the odd bad day, but they've got so many other bowlers around them that generally can hold it up. England don't have that either. They don't have the backup. Into the pitch by Sears here, defended down the mid on no run.
And that's what me and Manners have been talking about for 25 minutes. Basically, the problems that this England team have got trying to replace, or the problem that any team has trying to replace a character like Stokes. Flintoff was a hard one to replace, but fortunately for England, they had Swan. Broad and Anderson developed, so it wasn't so much of a transition as it was quite a simple transition after Flintoff. It's nearly an impossible one now with what.
Beautiful shot by Atkinson there. This is kind of shot we were talking about before. It's not a lot of footwork with him. It's all hand-eye coordination, and he trusts these hands there and flicks that across the line. I mean, I don't think if I'm New Zealand, I'm massively worried about that shot, because if he misses it, he's gone. Looked pretty straight to me, but it was beautiful contact. Very, very good at seeing the ball and hitting the ball, Atkinson. And he picks up 4 runs there. So he moves to 16. Smith's on 41. It's 182 for 6 here on talkSPORT Cricket. Obviously, New Zealand need 4 more wickets. Got the 2 early on, and then since then, it's been more slow-paced. Not as exciting. It's quite an exciting start, really. Emilio Gay getting that edge, and Joe Root getting run out with a beautiful bit of fielding. Since then, we've had a lot of noises from New Zealand, but not really any follow-through. Santner comes in again. 4 catching fielders, and this one is pushed back to him from the top of off stump. He's got this short leg who's basically exactly on square now. Ratcharavindra has been in front of square, on square and behind square. There's a leg slip, a slip in place, and then we have a catching cover as well. Everyone else is pretty spread, so it's very much an in and out field at the moment. Tall Santner comes in again, and this is slogged up in the air. It's a good hit, though. Beautiful contact. He's got the 2 fielders at long on and towards long on and long off back, but he's hit that straight and hard, and I think that was bounced a couple of times before it went for 4. Not sure he was in complete control with that, but I think he just thought, I can't just keep sitting here. when he's ragging these balls. It was over pitch, to be fair. Just for a second, I thought he might have hit it a little bit higher. But with those guys back, in fact, now long off has gone all the way back, although nowhere near where that ball landed. Next one is predictably a bit quicker and a bit straighter. Talking about quick and straight, it's Jeremy Coney.
Quick and straight, okay. Yeah, this shows the rest of the team sitting up in the shed that it is possible to bat on this surface. This is a partnership over 60 now, I would guess.
I think it's over 70, isn't it? That one is just flicked out to wide of mid-on from the top of leg stump. A little bit too straight from Sandner, and they get a single. Well, I was saying to Harmy before, it's a pitch that when the ball hits the normal part of the pitch, it doesn't do anything. So you can still bat. It's just occasionally there's a ball that no one can do anything with. Sandner in again. It's flicked up in the air. He tries to whip this on the offside. All wrist. He's a very wristy player, Atkinson. And it wasn't there. That was a sucker ball, really, from Santner. And he's ended up just lofting it, but nowhere near any of the 4 catching fielders. Out to Devon Conway at backward point. No run. Last ball of Santner's over. This is straighter and flicked again. But this time on the leg side. Pass short leg, and it goes out to mid-on, and they take a single to finish that over. 188 for 6. I almost feel like, Jeremy, they need 3 catches on the leg side. They need 1 in front of square, 1 on square, and 1 behind square, and eventually one of these guys is just going to find them.
Well, it would be nice, certainly, if Santner could bowl a nice pace and get the turn that is there. It's supplying a lot of turn when he gets it right. But at the moment he's searching for a pace still, even though he's bowled a few overs. And a line that I'm happy for him to leave the mid-wicket open and then bring in a man on the offside so that as he turns the bat slightly, it can get a leading edge.
Sees it again. This keeps low, but is well defended by Atkinson, who squats down on the ball. Well, they've got out the deep forward square leg. I think the ball, this is for Santner, sorry. I'm imagining what the field looked like in the last over. Close your eyes. Imagine with me. Close your eyes. Do they need that fielder? I think he's fielded 1 ball. Everything else has actually been fielded by the slips, and the leg slip have gone off fine anyway. If you bring that fielder over, I think maybe that is the fielder that you could use there.
Yeah, you could. I think, well, if he gets his pace right. If it's slowish, it might get a top edge as well.
Sears bustling in, a big jump at the crease. It's short and pulled, but not with any authority at all. And off the bottom part of the bat goes out to short mid-wicket. Tom Latham takes that. There's no run there.
Yeah, so New Zealand have just got to stick in here. They've done their. They haven't really missed too many chances, have they? It's just that the pitch has not played any tricks at all in the last half an hour. And there hasn't been quite, the nip to the bowling. I mean, O'Rourke going affects the attack a little bit.
Sears, good delivery. Push out on the offside. Again, kept a little bit low. What we haven't seen since the balls got softer is any of the big bouncing balls from the quicks, which means that both Atkinson and Smith, who both played leg side of the ball a little bit and play with the bat, are just waiting for it. They're not getting their pads in the way and then hitting it and expecting it to go low. That's easier to do when none of them are hitting you in the chest.
It is. The ball, if anything, is going down rather than up.
And also not tragically down like we saw at times yesterday. Tragically down?
Well,
dramatically down?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. This is full. And into the middle of his bat on off stump, Atkinson. He times this well to mid-on, up to Ratcham Ravindra. There's no run there. There's a sign here that says, sorry, Mum, Dad didn't take us to school. Not our fault, says the sign. A young girl is holding that out in the crowd. I love day 5 crowds in England. It's the best test crowds by an absolute distance because they're people who all love cricket.
Well, it was free today too, if you rang the right telephone number, I think.
Good crowd in. It's not full, but it's a Monday. working day, of course, except for that young girl. As this one's on off stump and is whipped out to backward square leg. They'll just get one. Again, a lot of these shots, New Zealand are not going to be disappointed with any of these. He's playing right across the line to play that Atkinson. And now they've got 2 fielders out for it, but only a single.
As long as New Zealand keep bringing the stumps into play, you're in with a chance. It's when you go wide of the stumps, I think you can, as a batsman, now that you're in and you've been in for 40 or 50 balls, it's the same as Mitchell yesterday. His second 50 only took 70 balls, and people spoke about how slow he was.
Back of a length, defended to short mid-wicket at the end of Sears' 5th over. He's got 1 for 12, bowling at about 83 miles per hour. 41 overs in. They need 184 to win, Jeremy. Smith is 46 from 71, Atkinson 18 from 66.
Yeah, it's a good partnership, and they're coming back into the game. It's still probably New Zealand in front, and it's one of those, because it's one of those pitches. You lose one, you might lose 2 or 3 because it's hard to start.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot, haven't we? Most of the wickets have gone in clumps. Also, they're 40 overs away from the new ball, and that is going to play up. That's when we're going to see the weird bounce and everything else. And it's hard to see how Santner doesn't eventually get a wicket here. I think you're right, he's searching. I'm not sure his shoulder's 100%.
No, well, he's been doing lots of stretches down here. Yes, fielding at mid-off. He's down at fine leg last over.
He comes in here. This is pushed on the offside, just past short cover, catching short cover to mid-off. And they get another single there. Yeah, he just, when you look at him side on, you can see it. It's kind of Meccano man. Looks like it doesn't look fluid. He's not the most fluid person anyway, Santner, but certainly more so today. This is a good ball and cut in the air. I thought that was the one. He's going to get something on. They've got the short cover and they've got the backward point, but that went straight out to deep point. Sears has fielded that and they'll just get one.
Mid-off coming back up for
Atkinson.
Yep.
Not all the way though.
No,
I mean,
still a single there.
I was going to say, he got a single there the ball before, didn't he? This one is faster and left alone, and you heard the moans. It didn't spin. Atkinson is doing what number 8s and number 9s do. He's trying to pretend that didn't bother him, but it absolutely bothered him that he left that ball. I think it was far enough outside off stump, but certainly he didn't realise it was the one that was straight. No doubt about that. This could be a slower one from Santner. And it's almost caught on the leg side here. So plenty of half and quarter chances. Nothing concrete. Well, not even half chances, probably more of the quarter chances at the moment. This one was a little bit straighter. And just short of Ratcham Ravindra. He didn't get his hands on it anyway, to be fair. It was off the middle of the bat. Tall, untucked Santner coming around the wicket, and that could be out. That looked pretty plumb to me. He played back there, Atkinson. He had to come forward. They're having a discussion about reviewing that, but I think me and Jeremy Coney can give them both a message. There's no need. I can't see how that's not hitting the stumps.
No, it was a foolish ball.
They are reviewing.
Yes. So the appeal is for LBW, obviously. Let's just hear.
A player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Yeah, we'll get a good view of this from front on. It looked very full and very straight to me. It was slow. Yeah, it's going to be out. It's umpire's call on off stump is going to be my guess. But I'm not sure he's getting away with that.
No, if he hasn't hit it, let's just have a look and see. It's hit the pad now. The bat is well behind the pad, so nothing there.
He's really misjudged that, because that wasn't quick, was it?
It's a bent back leg too.
Decision is out.
Yeah, that's going to be umpire's call, and he's gone.
It's middle stump.
Yeah, middle and off stump. What, 2/3 of the way up, probably. He just misread it, didn't he? Because it wasn't the quicker one. Usually, when you go out LBW to a left-arm finger spinner, it's usually when they ramp that ball through and you play back and you get trapped. Actually, it was slow, and he was even slower. He just misread the length, and by the time he realised what he wanted to do, unfortunately, it was too late. He's gone, Gus Atkinson, from 19 off 70, so he's faced about 150-odd balls on this pitch, so good for him. was 86 in the first innings, I want to say?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah.
So 70 in this innings.
I mean, I'm really pleased with the way that he's batted in this game. He actually understood his pitch, I think, more than most of the top order.
Well, he's a bowler.
Yeah.
So Archer's the new man coming out now, and now New Zealand will feel that's an important little breakthrough. Okay, a partnership of 60 or 70 or whatever it was, and they worked very nicely together, and they had to get, they had to work hard. Santner's starting to just get into his work. That was a ball that really, I think Atkinson felt he could actually cut, and he was just waiting. That's why the bat was back still and not at the ball, and he was late playing the shot, and he was deceived by the speed of the ball coming back in. We don't see much of what older players would call an arm ball nowadays, which is just like an in-swinger, really, a slow in-swinger to a right-hander. We don't see that so much nowadays. It's more an undercutter.
Yeah, they bowl that faster undercutter, don't they? The thought process is that you could see the seam on the arm ball, whereas the undercutter looks like an off spinner. But I don't know if you've seen this. The arm ball's made a bit of a comeback in T20 cricket with Sunil Narayan and Varun Chakravarti trying it. There's a few guys bowling it now, so it has made a comeback. Akil Hassan was the one, who's also a left-arm finger spinner, like Mitchell Santner, as he gets this straight and full. And Jofra defends this out towards one of those catches on the leg side, but along the ground. So Santner back in a little bit more rhythm. We did say that we kind of felt he was going to get a wicket one way or another, but it was just a bit of a misjudgment there from Atkinson, who's batted brilliantly on a difficult surface. I think the whole time he's batted in this game, it's been tough to bat on. So he didn't get any of the juicy early first day and a half when it was easy to bat on. So well done to him for sticking around for so long. But
well, it's shown, I think, the rest of his side. If you hang in there and you have a decent defence and you use the width of your bat, the whole front face of it, you've got a chance.
Sears Smith, who mistimes this up to mid-on. And there's no single, straight and full. Just had a look. Do you remember the second ball of the over when I thought Santner had tossed it up and I thought there was going to be a big chance of a catch, but in the end Smith hit it out to deep point. That was at 46 miles an hour. The wicket was at 48. All the other balls were at 52, 53, 54. So those were the ones when he actually, took the pace off it, got the ball up, and you look at that ball from Santner, it went very high as well, high and slow. As this one is down the leg side and just turned to short mid wicket, and there's no run there.
Sears has done a good job to partner with him too, really, just running in. He's into his sixth over, sixth over now, 1 for 12. So it's not as if New Zealand have leaked runs from either end in the last maybe 10 to 12 overs. They've closed the game down a little bit and prevented boundaries.
I think Santner had a 10-run when he came in, and since then they really haven't got the ball away. Sears has just run in, tried to hit the top of off. This time he's actually a bit wider. Henry Nicholls, who's everywhere today, don't take a single to that man, fields the ball, and Jofra Archer looks up wisely and says no straight away. But good contact on it from Smith. That's one of the few balls where Sears hasn't been at the stumps. I know he's bowled a couple down the leg side when he's been trying to bowl a little bit straighter. But he's basically done his job. He's worked it out very well, I think, today. Because he bowled one over before today. I think he had 1 for 3 yesterday. So most of his work has been today, as we see a couple of men in the beige shirts. This one's outside off stump, and it hits a foot mark, I think, and jumps up and away from the bat, and Smith plays and misses a slash.
Yeah, that's the width that Smith is looking for. But you get the odd little bit of bounce, but that's too wide to get the bounce, isn't it? You've got to be straighter than that, or have it come back at the batsman a little bit if you can. Run a little wider. Well, just watch how Sears, what position on the crease he takes. Is he varying it much?
If Sears falls over here, he tries to bowl this straighter. They brought square leg up. He was trying to bowl straight, and he's just now saying that the crease marks got him there. He does seem to be someone who does get, I want to say overly attached, Jeremy, but we have seen him complain quite a bit about the crease, the run-ups and everything else. So he's someone who probably likes a very flat surface. You know, some bowlers don't even notice these things, but he's certainly someone who notices everything. They've brought deep point up as well, so they're trying to keep Smith on the strike. He's on 47, Smith. It's a bouncer. He gets this off the toe end of the bat. It dribbles out to slip. I say bouncer, Jeremy. It got up to about knee height, that delivery in the end. But he was trying to bowl it short. It just didn't bounce. It just died off the pitch. 191 for 7 here on talkSPORT Cricket.
Yeah, it was bouncer length, but certainly not bouncer height. So Sears finishes his 6th over, puts on his wide-brimmed.
You're a wide-brimmed hat, but
Well,
yours wasn't quite as wide.
No,
You were a 3/4 brim hat.
Yeah, that was it's not as wide as that.
I only know this because I was watching clips of Richard Hadley the other day and you were in the background. We have 4 catches right around the bat here, and there's a bit of a shout that's straight and full. Jofra plays outside the line. 4 catches around the bat, so we've got 2 slips, a leg slip, and a short leg, and then we have a short cover. It's not quite a silly point, Jeremy, but he's definitely shorter than he's been at any other stage. So 5 catches, but 4 right around the bat. Santner comes in to Jofra again. That spins violently. Jofra Archer couldn't hit that if he was told that ball was coming.
He did quite well to hold the bat there, didn't he? I think it's turned from perhaps the inside edge of his bat, and then, well, perhaps he did. Perhaps he did come down on a slight angle.
And something's just happening here.
They're wanting an extra helmet.
Oh, okay. I think
in for close, I think.
Yeah, so that short cover. Yeah, there you go. So
that's
short
the
cover
position I was talking about. That Ravindra's, is it Ravindra? Yes, he's gone over to that position on the offside now.
Yep.
So they're now challenging with 5 of their 9 fielders. 5 are right round on another man's coming up. That's Sears from the boundary up into just the usual cover position.
We're getting to end of test fields now, aren't we? 5 men hovering around Jofra Archer as Mitch Santner comes in, and it's hit to one of those men, short leg. I think that's Henry Nichols in there, if I'm not mistaken. And he cakes it on the bounce and flicks that back to the bowler. Rajan Ravindra's trying to get his shin pads on correctly. Santner, who comes straight when he comes around the wicket, and this is a good ball. He took the pace off that one, but well played by Jofra Archer. He worked it out and he watched it, and he just hits the bottom part of the bat and dribbles out to a short leg, and there's no run there.
Yep. Smith doesn't want to be at mid-on, too deep there, don't want a single.
Santner, the quicker one, but it's down the leg side. He's just not in rhythm today, and the pitch is helping him, and he's got the tail and everything else, but it's just clear. Fully informed Santner isn't bowling that down the leg side. So we know he's had his shoulder injuries. He's just working his way through for his team. Last ball of the over. Oh, that was a good one. He took the pace off. Jofra saw a ball where he could flick that through, or cover drive that off the back foot through the offside. And instead he's missed it, and it's just missed the top of off stump as well. New Zealand happy with that session, 3 wickets. England, after the disastrous start of losing Emilio Gay to an outside edge early on, managed to have Joe Root with a fantastic run out from Henry Nichols, who picked it up and threw it all in one place, had one stump to look at and took it down. But then a very good partnership between Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson dragged it back in. But unfortunately for Atkinson, he was eventually deceived by a slow delivery from Santner, who was out LBW. So the score here is 191 for 7 here on talkSPORT Cricket.
We'll let you know when we're done. We'd be on the wrong course if we're doing it. We'll be there then.
So as we can't have lunch, can someone bring me a sandwich or something?
Well, I think he's just gonna, he's figuring out what to do. I grabbed some lunch now. I'll let Mark. Let me just call Mark and find out.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge. Slightly overcast as Jofra Archer and Jamie Smith are out on the ground, and here comes the New Zealand team as well. It's a good crowd in, free tickets here today. I can tell you this, that people who work for Nottingham decided on the free tickets early yesterday, and then they realised that Ben Stokes might be batting today. They panicked. I think in the end, it's worked out quite well. Really good atmosphere so far at the ground. They've enjoyed England's slight rear guard, certainly the partnership between Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson. So England's on 191 for 7, and New Zealand are obviously going for the 3 wickets, but it was a good partnership between Smith and Atkinson for a little while, but once Atkinson has gone, they certainly opened up an end with Jofra Archer. Although, to be fair, Steve Harmison, I would say that Jofra Archer has been batting better in the last half a year to year than we've seen him bat for a long time.
Yeah, he has. Afternoon, Jarrod. He has. He's got a good technique, Joff. He's got a good hand-eye coordination. He can bat. He tends to bat well first and third innings when his body's in a position where you're going, right, I'd rather bat than bowl on this at this moment in time.
Here is Nathan Smith. Slip in place. This one's at the knee roll, but just slipping down the leg side. Blundell comes around to pick it up. No run there. Yeah, we've seen him a couple of times, haven't we, on dodgy wickets. Really decide he wants to bat for as long as possible, so he does, to make the wicket worse or whatever, or if he hasn't had enough of a rest, he bats, he digs in a little bit. I remember seeing when he was very young, I think I saw him play a little bit for Sussex and then saw him play in the Big Bash as well. At that stage, there was a thought that he could, really develop into a batter, but, at least a good number 8. It hasn't quite happened, but he certainly has some talent. But it's Jamie Smith facing Nathan Smith. And he drives this up to mid-off. You'll hear just in the sound effects, every time the ball hits the bat, it's almost always off the bottom. You can, I know it's not every cricket fan will pick that up, but a lot of these are coming right off the lower part of the blade very, very consistently. Even though they're playing for the lower bounce, it's just, we saw the pull shot before lunch, which was almost looked like it was a bouncer and then ended up at about bail height. These balls just aren't bouncing at all. We haven't had as much as the surprise bounce outside of a couple this morning, but the ball is quite old now. We're in the 45th over. As this one is angled in onto the pads, and Smith defends it out to square leg, and the first run of this session.
Yeah, and I think that's when you talked about at the start of Test match and what you need as a bowler, the characteristics you need as a bowler, on plans you need on this ground. It's a swinging ground. We haven't really seen too much swing over the sort of 5 days. The first 2 days were extremely hot. It's normally a swinging ground, and then it's a ground where the ball does keep low and it goes down. And all of a sudden, from days 2 to days 5, you get closer and closer to bowling stump to stump, which is what New Zealand have done very well.
Yeah, and they've done that today, even if it hasn't worked. Jofra Archer is decided to take a run there, and that could have been a run out. I don't think he realised there was someone at square leg when he took off, and I'm not sure Smith looked at all. It was off the middle of the bat, a defensive push out on the leg side. It's Ben Sears at square leg, and they just both took off, and would it have been out? No.
No,
I think he threw the wrong end, though, Sears, to be fair.
He did, yeah. Jamie Smith, I think, has just got in, but I think you were right with the first suggestion that I don't think Jofra realised there was somebody there. I think he's thinking that's the umpire.
They did have deep backward square out earlier as well, so maybe he just automatically had a look. But even Smith hesitated. There's no reason to take that run.
Smith's seen the fielder.
Gully ad slip in place as this one is back of a length and defended up the wicket, and mid-on comes around Zach Fox, and there's no run there.
Interesting to see who goes at the other end. You know, Santner's warming up. I'd have been tempted to go with another seamer with Jofra Archer in.
Do you think that because O'Rourke is off, have we got an update?
We haven't got an update. He's in his whites, and in theory, he can come on and bowl straight away because he had a finger injury. So,
well, it depends if the umpires realise he didn't go off for the finger.
Yeah, but he still had a finger injury, so
sure.
he could do.
It's a full outside off stump, and he slashes at this to Smith, but he can't get it past backward point. It's a good stop out there, and that he was going for the boundary because they had the fielders up. So a little bit of that sort of tail end bowling that we're seeing now. 193 for 7. Archer's on 1. Smith was trying to bring his 50 up with that shot there. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Maybe he can come back out. I mean, he didn't tell the fielder, he didn't tell the umpires why he was going off. I don't even think he talked to Rod Tucker. He just sort of walked off. Yeah, he was a bit upset, wasn't he?
That's what makes it sort of suggest that he has got a hamstring injury and not the finger. I think if it's the finger, that'd have been a slight disappointment, but it would be going off to sort of get it fixed and potentially come back on. We'd reapply whatever was applied through the night to sort of help the finger. But this looked a little bit, it was a different injury, and it looked a little bit more serious, and the way he sort of trudged off suggested that he wasn't coming back.
So Mitch Santner, as always, long sleeves, untucked. Comes around the wicket to the right-handed Jofra Archer, who defends this off the middle of the bat to silly point. One bounce before Henry Nicholls. I think that he's got the shin pads on because they only had one player with shin pads on before, and they put Ratcham Ravindra in that position. Yeah, he's definitely got them on now. Going to go with those 2 catches for a long period. This one straight out, 2 straight, in fact. I'm not sure that there was a noise, but I'm not sure it hit anything on the way through. Yeah, it's buys. Just drifted that all the way down the leg side, and Blundell didn't pick it.
It was a poor delivery from Santner. It was a lazy delivery from Santner. He didn't get through his action at all. It was a bit round arm. It didn't seem as though he was in any rhythm or sync with the way he normally delivers a ball from around the wicket.
4 catches around Jofra Archer. This one is from the inside part of the bat, and it goes out to short leg, which is Ratcham Ravindra. Very safe along the ground. Yeah, I was saying before, I think I was on with Jeremy, is a little bit Meccano man about him today. He just, he's forcing stiff things, yeah. He's bowled a couple down leg side. This one is hit straight into silly point for no run.
He hasn't played a lot of cricket. He's had a bit of an injury, and he's had to do some fielding in this test match that he's not used to doing. I know he's been shorter format, but
comes in again, and well defended by Jofra. Seems the pace is up here. Yeah, 56. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the 46-48 MPH ball here, Harmy. And Will Young is going to come into leg slip. Tom Latham goes from that position to second slip. Santner again to Archer. It's driven through the silly point out to wide long off, and they take a single. So they're not rejecting the singles. There wasn't even a conversation there. So Archer retains the strike. That was his second run, 198 for 7. Smith still on 48.
I don't think they can afford to knock signals back. It's you just play the game, play the situation the way it is, and I think you take whatever's on offer. And
I don't think they would have knocked it back, but I wondered if there might have been a conversation of there's no reason for you to try and get a single, because he was definitely trying to hit that.
Yeah,
Archer,
he was trying to
wasn't
hit it. He's crowded. He's got 5 men round the back. There's more chance of getting away with something if you try and hit it hard. Yeah, I think she's had enough. Yeah, just seen a lady on the screen.
There's a woman who has not woken up after lunch.
No.
She's got a lovely position on her partner's shoulder, though. Smith, that keeps a little bit low for Jofra Archer, but he plays this well out to short mid-wicket. As we said before, everything's keeping a little bit low. Nothing's keeping subterranean at the moment, and so you can play for that. This isn't like when Daryl Mitchell was out there and some were keeping low and many of them were just hitting him.
We haven't seen any go through the top yet, have we, on day 5? None's gone up. We've seen quite a few on day 4 where the ball went up, hit Daryl Mitchell, arm, rib cage. There's not many gone up. Might have something to do with the bowler that's bowling it. I think England's higher release points might have something to do with it.
Yeah, actually. As Smith comes in again and defended from the top of off stump into covers, no run.
We haven't seen...
If O'Rourke had bowled, maybe we would have seen that, right?
And it's hard to judge whether the one bounced off Ben Duckett, off from Sears, because it did sort of take a high up on the bat, but you are judging that from Ben Duckett, who's sort of vertically challenged.
There was one,
not the biggest.
There was one early today when Emilio Gay was batting that was outside off stump. I'll pay for Nathan Smith that flew. That's the only one I can remember today, anyway.
There was a lot yesterday.
Oh, way more yesterday.
Might have something to do with the actual release point of the bowler.
Smith again defended back down the wicket. Doesn't field himself. Ratchan Ravindra will come around and pick this up. New Zealand now just trying to get some reverse swing. Ratchan Ravindra has put that into his armpit.
Yeah, get some sweat on it. Get it the damp side. Get it smoothed over. Keep your fingers off the rough side. It is an abrasive surface here at Trent Bridge. There are 1 or 2 areas, bare areas on the square where you can get into the rough side of the ball.
Comes in, and this is just defended off the outside part of the bat by Jofra Archer. So far he's handled the lower bounce. It's a bit like Harmy, one of those wickets, well, almost every club wicket in England, where once you go out there and you know every ball's going to stay low, and you've faced about 5 or 10, you could kind of readjust your batting a little bit, right? I know one of the wickets I play at quite regularly, it's like I know the ball's not going to bounce above my knee. I just have to get on the front foot. I don't like getting on the front foot. I'd rather play off the back foot, but I just have to get on the front foot so I can get a little bit lower, easier. And that's what this pitch is like at the moment. Smith comes in, that's a short ball. As that flicks something the way through, that's glove or bat. It made a loud noise, it might have been bat. Jofra is upset, but he is going to leave. Is he having a conversation? No.
He's gone.
I mean, it definitely hit something, didn't it?
Yeah, it's hit the glove. He walked out of his crease, didn't he, Jofra? He's just had a sidestep walk down the crease. It looked as though he had a sidestep walk down the crease, and then he sort of got stuck a little bit. Ball sort of not quite bounced as much as he has, and it's just clipped the glove as it's gone by. Yeah, he's a long way out of the crease
off
now.
the bat.
It's off.
Yeah. I did think it made a weird sound.
Yeah,
it looked like the glove, didn't it?
It's run off the stickers of the bat.
Yeah. He tried to leave that, and as he's tried to leave that, what's happened is he just hasn't got his bat far enough away, and it's basically slips practice in the morning.
I had one of them in MCG against Steve Waugh in 2002 when I think Australia needed 120 to win. And we only had 2 seamers. Craig White got injured, so we weren't batting very well, so we decided to play an extra batter. So it was me and Caddick just bowled the whole to get them to a point. I think we had Australia 50 for 4, 50 for 3, 50 for 4. But the Barmy Army in Pier 13 were screaming that loud and making that much noise. It sort of bounced one of Steve Waugh, and he sort of jumped and rode it a little bit, got his hands in an awful place, and it just ran along the side of the bat, ran along the edge of the bat. James Foster, who was keeping wicket because I think Stewie had chicken pox. James Foster catches it, we all think there's something happened, but we all don't
You're
appeal.
not sure. Yeah.
We didn't appeal, so nobody's appealed. And then when you seen the big screen, the deviation was massive. And then the next ball bowled him a full half volley outside off stump, which he's crashed the kitchen sink at, and Nasser's it sort of extra cover, catches it low down, gives it the big one, goes, completely ballistic. And David Orchard, the umpire, standing there, had overstepped the no ball. So it was bizarre. 2-minute affair.
Josh Tongue facing up. There's 2 slips in now. Gully's still there. It's a short ball. And it's turned down the fine leg for a single. So Jofra Archer made 2. He looked fairly comfortable until that delivery. But that's what we're talking about, of that ball generally at that length, it would have bounced well over the top of the bat. It's just that, again, it died a little bit on him. And he's just, because that looked quite short. Yeah.
He's ducking, isn't he? He's ducking.
Yeah.
His initial reaction with his head is duck.
You're
He's
right,
going down. I think Jofra wants to duck this. He walks out of his crease. I think he wants to duck it. Smith's seen him coming. But again, if we're talking about bowlers, if it was one of the England bowlers and a taller release points, there's a good chance that getting up.
Yeah. So we've seen that a couple of times. We had one before the lunch break as well, which was a definite bouncer from Ben Sears, which basically went to Bale height. And I think with Jamie Smith tried to pull it away and got an under edge to slip. So it didn't carry. But there's just, that's what I said. It is slightly easier to bat because you know it's all one way. But again, Jofra Archer sees that as a bouncer and plays it correctly. And it just doesn't bounce. That's why he didn't get his bat out the way, because he was ducking. Anyway, it's it's Santner to Tongue here. Oh, and we were closer to that ball than Josh Tongue was. That has just spun and bounced. There's not much you can do about that delivery. He's bowling with a lovely straight seam, and Josh Tongue has missed that by 38 centimetres. That's not an official measurement. That's a Jarrod Kimber measurement for you all. But he missed it by a long way. Santner around the wicket again. Faster. There's an appeal from behind, but Santner and me don't think it's out. Don't think Harmy was that excited either. Ratchan's going to pick that up. Had to be down leg side.
Nah, it had to be going down leg side. There was an appeal from in front of the wicket, but behind the wicket, I think, realised where it was going.
199 for 8. Remember, the target's 373. That one's pretty much nominal now. This is a good delivery, and it's an edge, and he might have dropped that. I think there's a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad there, and it went over Ratchan Ravindra's head, and I think he was leaning forward and suddenly realised it was back, and he got half of a hand on it, but not enough. Let's have a look. Was there bat? Maybe there wasn't bat.
No, I don't think so. There wasn't much from around Ratchan, was there? Short leg.
I heard
leg
2
slip.
noises, but I don't know what the second noise was, actually, looking at the replay. Santner in again, faster. There's a half an LBW shout, but it's way too high there.
I think if I was Tom Laird and Mitch Santner now, I think mid on and mid off could go a little bit deeper, and mid wicket could go about 5 yards deeper. Because I think Josh Tongue possibly had enough, and we could be seeing a big shot coming.
4 dots. He's not looked comfortable defending, and what has happened there? That ball has ended up at slip. What did it hit on the way there? He obviously didn't hit it. They haven't appealed at all. Has that just spun off the straight?
Looks like it.
It's pitched on off stump. Oh, it hit Blundell's shoulder. That makes more sense. I was like, how did that get there? So another fielder comes up. So we're back to the 5 fielders around the bat again with 2 slips. Brilliant ball by Santner, that last one. And this one is defended in the air. Josh Tongue wants a single. Santner's trying to run him out. And Jamie Smith has got to have a conversation with these guys and be like, we don't need quick singles, and we certainly don't need quick singles at the end of an over. Brilliant effort there by Santner to get out there. But that is England's 200. You can hear the rapturous applause of the fans. They didn't pay, but they're certainly paying their own way now.
Yeah, absolutely. 200 for England, and Josh Tongue does what a good fast bowler does when he comes out to bat, cause absolute mayhem when it comes to running between the wickets. Jamie Smith, 48 not out, would be at the striker's end for the start of the over, and a fast bowler comes out thinking, right, I'm going to play like Don Bradman.
He didn't actually hit it that far from short leg either. Like, I'm not sure why he thought that was a run. It was always going to be fielded by short leg or the bowler. Anyway, Smith to Tongue, and that's edged, and a beautiful pickup by Daryl Mitchell in the slips on the bounce.
Brilliant effort.
Yeah, he dived. We've talked about Daryl Mitchell's inability to move sideways. No issue there. That was a beautiful bit of slip fielding. Unfortunately for him, it just didn't carry.
Could Blundell get there? I don't think he can. No, I don't think he can. I don't think he can. Blundell, the only one that's catching that is Blundell from a height point of view, but I'm not sure he could get across to it because it's gone to Mitchell's left.
Yeah, I think the angle was coming in as well, so Blundell was probably on his left foot, yeah. Could have had a go though, but he didn't. It's Smith again to Tongue, who this time defends it beautifully. Maker's name straight back at Smith, and he takes that ball, and there's no run. So they've got 2 slips in now for Josh Tongue and a gully. Second slip, it's going to take a fair shot to get the ball to carry to the second slip, I think, yeah.
Yeah, they've come up, haven't they? They've come up quite aware. I think Darryl Mitchell was standing on, he's about 2 or 3 steps ahead of that bare patch. There's a bare sort of circle around where he's
crop
standing.
circle,
yeah,
we've been calling it.
Yeah, and I think he was standing in the bare patch.
You're right.
So he's come up quite a considerable way.
No, they definitely have been. First slip's quite often been in that position. This is a beautiful ball outside off stump, leaving late. I think that might be reverse. We'll have to have a look at the replay on that one, but it looked like to me it swung away rather than seamed away, which is exactly what you want if you're a tail ender.
Well, we've had reverse in this game so far on both sides, and it's been around about 45 overs. I think England got it reversing after 45 overs. So it's just disturbed the surface again.
Just bowling at the top of off stump here and hoping for bowls or LBW. Smith's got quite a long run up. Bowls very wide on the crease. Has that big white armband on his left arm as well. But he angles this in, and again it just leaves Josh Tongue. And to be fair to Josh Tongue, Gus Atkinson and Jofra Archer weren't having to face this ball. It's just changed. We said that we saw Rutchin stick it under the underarm, give it the big chicken wing before. Well, it certainly laid an egg because it's swinging just enough. It's not moving massively, but just curving away.
Speaking from experience and knowing exactly what's going through Josh Tongue's head at this moment in time, you just shrug your shoulders and go, that's just too good for me. Sorry, pal, you can put as many slips in as you want. I ain't nicking that. No chance of my nicking that.
Be interesting to see if he tries to move one the other way, which is a thing that Smith can do. We're going to catching cover in now. He comes really wide on the wicket here. This time, he tried to create the angle. It's pushed into the covers for no run. What he was trying to do there is almost force Josh Tongue to edge the ball by coming wide. We're just getting the field out now to see if Tongue will go for another. It's not the first time this game. I've just seen, during an over, someone coming out to fix a player on the field.
Yeah, Santa's got something going on. I'm not sure what it is, whether it's something going on with his finger, but the physio's come on to try and...
The physio was about 20 metres inside the boundary then.
Yeah, I think he was bringing him a drink.
Is he going to go wide again? I think this might be the one where he tries to swing it back in. It doesn't matter because Josh Tongue gets the ball outside off stump. He misses anyway. Good bowling again by Nathan Smith. So Tongue's on 2 of 13. Smith, who's been close to 50 for quite some time, is 48 of 83. He can't get any strike. Finally, he will face the next over. I think Santner's going to come in and bowl. You would have seen did you see any of Smith when Nathan Smith when he played county cricket?
Not really. Seen bits of it. More at Surrey than I did at Worcester. We were in New Zealand when he made his debut at the Pearson. I think he made his name. Did he make his debut at the Pearson? I think he did.
I think he might have. I just think he's improved a lot in the last year.
Christchurch, sorry.
Christchurch, yeah.
He was at Christchurch, yeah, and you can see he's well suited for New Zealand and English conditions.
But he feels like to me he's put on like a yard of pace as well. I just think he looks stronger than
but he is strong now. He's bustly, isn't he?
Yeah. It's Santner bowling to Smith, who's looking for his 50, and he could have brought it up with that shot. It was full outside off somebody, whacked it, but straight to short cover, and Nichols feels it.
He's not express pace, and
no,
it doesn't come off the wicket quicker. That's virtually impossible, but it does feel as though he picks up speed a little bit more off the pitch.
This one is outside off stump and slower from Santner. Smith sort of overbalances a little bit as he defends this, but just out the short cover. They've still got the 3 very close catches. We've got short leg, who's short square leg really, a leg slip and a slip, and then a catching cover. We'll bring a couple of those guys in if Tongue comes back on strike. This is quicker, and it's a good ball. There's a run there, Harmy. So that's the first time we've seen that Jamie Smith might want to control the strike a little bit more. That went a long way from Devon Conway at backward point, and they never even thought about a run.
Yeah, it did. It went quickly, though, so Jamie Smith might have thought it had gone straight at the fielder.
Also, he wasn't trying to hit it there, was he?
No,
So he might not have picked it up.
Just lost his bearings a second.
Santner in again, slower, and that'll be Jamie Smith's 50. The back foot drive beats short cover. There's a long off and a deep point, but neither of them are going to come around. He's played some beautiful back foot drives so far here today, and he goes to 52 from 87 balls. There's a lot of talk about where he's going to bat, whether they need another wicket-keeper, but he's a beautiful striker of the ball, and I think he's batted very well today on a challenging wicket.
Yeah, I totally agree. He has. Well, there's been a bit of carnage around him. He's had a game plan. He stuck to that game plan. He's been good in defence. He's been solid when he's tried to attack, especially against a spinner. He's been controlled when he's been attacking the spinner.
Santner, left arm around the wicket again. This is a slog sweep from Smith, and he's going to get that straight enough. And he has. That has gone. Oh, I was waiting for the umpire. Harmy gave it 6. I thought it was 6, and the umpire decided we were both wrong, and it was a 4. But he knew there was no fielder out straight, and he just decided to attack that. Maybe now he's got his 50. He's like, let's just hit some balls.
Yeah, I think more the fact that they brought the field in. So yeah, why not? It's probably it's safer to try and hit it for the big shot, but the two key areas are still on the boundary.
Yeah. This is slow, and he's hit this past mid-on. It was slow and full and flighted into the slot, and he whacks this past mid-on for another boundary. So 3 boundaries in a row. We have seen more fielders out for him. We might see that again, but at the end of the overs, he will get a chance to cash in. That was in the air, but not particularly unsafe.
No, it was in the air, but it was comfortable from where Jamie Smith was trying to hit it. I think Mitch Santner has just thrown it above the eye line to say, right, if you want to have a go, I've got one man out, sort of on the offside, one man on the leg side.
It was a bit more mowy than I thought.
Yeah, it was.
I thought he played it a bit straighter, but actually he just ripped it from outside off stump.
But it's the right way to go from Smith's point of view. If they're going to keep the field in for the last 2 balls, then he might as well, if he can't get off strike, he might as well try and hit a couple of boundaries and get some confidence up.
Nathan Smith in here, and he angles the ball in. Josh Tongue wants to run himself out, and he has. He's hit that to backward square leg. He's taken off. He was completely lost. I think Jamie Smith has played a part in this, but absolutely brilliant fielding. So many run-outs from New Zealand in this series so far have just come from direct hits and brilliant moments, and I think that was Mitch Santner at backward square leg. Perhaps Josh Tongue didn't realise there was a left-hander there, but to be honest, I think him and Smith got confused. Yeah, no, it went to the right hand of Santner, so we can't even say it was the left-hand thing. It was almost an underhand throw, and he's out by an absolute mile.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Santner. You can see what Josh Tongue's trying to do. He's trying to get off strike. It's the first ball of the over, trying to get off strike, trying to get Jamie Smith back on strike to try and take more of the deliveries, and he's managed to pick out probably one of New Zealand's better fielders out of cricket, that short format cricket that Mitch Santner plays. And that was a brilliant bit of fielding. From his point of view, he's got 1.5, 1 3/4 stumps to aim at, and he hit the stump flush, full on, and the end is certainly nigh for this England cricket team, and possibly Bazball.
He had to run around it as well, which I thought was really quite interesting there. So really good effort. We haven't seen a replay of it. Shoaib Bashir is coming out. So Josh Tongue made 2. England is 212 for 9 here on talkSPORT Cricket. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Tongue was like, I have to get off strike, and he hit it. But I think also Smith sort of encouraged him a little bit, and then he got a bit caught in the middle ground, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it's one of them unfortunate things where fast bowlers or bowlers in general get a bad rap for their running between the wickets, because they're not used to it. They're not as accomplished as what the top order batters are running between the wickets and judging the angles and whether there's a single on. But you always have a little bit of calamity when it's the first or the second ball of an over, and you've got a set batter in and a bowler on strike because he's desperate to get off. So if you're at the non-striker's end as a batter, you're edging. You're probably taking an extra step further than you normally would in backing up to try and pinch that single. And as a batter, as a bowler, you're trying to sort of look at your partner, and a little bit of ball watching from Josh Tongue has been caught out by Santner.
2 for 2 for 9 here on talkSPORT Cricket. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Tongue was like, I have to get off strike, and then he got a bit caught in the middle ground, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it's one of them unfortunate things where
Smith to Bashir, who defends this well. Sort of bit of a forward press. Some of the footwork happened after he hit the ball, but he was trying to get himself into the right position, and he's ended up pushing out the gully for no run.
Yeah, as a number 11, you try your hardest to. As a number 11, you try your hardest to keep the ball out.
Yeah, just having a look at that again, I think Smith originally thought there was a run there himself, and then realised it wasn't, and he might have said no, but he kept coming down, and Tongue just got confused.
And he was watching.
Yeah,
Tongue was ball watching.
Yeah, Tongue was completely lost. There's no doubt about that. Smith, again, to show Bashir. Oh, and he just keeps this one out. Kept a little bit low. You want me to come off now, do you, Scott? Not at the end of the over. All right, Harmy. Neil Manthorp's coming on.
Yeah, no, I think you described that perfectly. There was a bit of player watching, bit of ball watching. And just seeing it again from the stump cam, and Josh Tongue knew. He's turned his head towards Jamie Smith. He knew he wasn't quite in sync with what he wanted to do there, whether it was the run, whether it was the hold. It was a brilliant bit of fielding from Santner.
Here's Nathan Smith running in from the Redcliffe Road end, and Shoaib Bashir plays defensively, keeps it out. 212 for 9. You know what was so impressive about Mitchell Santner is that he was so off balance that he couldn't really use the arm. He had to throw it with the wrist.
Yeah, it was like an undercut, but I think you do that a lot in one-day cricket. There's a hell of a lot of that in one-day cricket, and obviously Mitch Santner does play a hell of a lot of white ball short format cricket. He is a fantastic fielder, fantastic all-round player.
2 slips and a gully wait as bouncer comes from Nathan Smith, and Shoaib Bashir ducks underneath it, allows that to fly through to Tom Blundell. Do you know, man of the series, Harmy, Nathan Smith leading wicket taker by some distance with 16. Matt Henry is in second place, but you can't really. Well, can you give the man of the match or man of the series to a man who bowled 4 overs in the first game and didn't play in the third? Why not? But Nathan Smith is a huge contender. What about man of the match? That's an interesting one. I'll give you a. Here comes Nathan Smith once again. Bashir forward, plays defensively square of the wicket on the offside through cover. I would be tempted to because it's very hard to split Tom Latham and Devon Conway from the first innings, 151 and 157. But how about Daryl Mitchell? Second innings centuries are much harder to come by. Batted 241 balls, made the game absolutely safe. He's pouched 5 at slip. But Nathan Smith, he's another one. He's taken 6 wickets in the match, 4 in the first innings, 2 in the second. He's carried a heavy load in the absence of.
I think if he got 5 in the second innings, I think he might have got it. I think I get what you're saying. I think I would probably punt just for Daryl Mitchell, because the catches and that innings dragging it out. England are going to lose by 150 runs. And I think that Mitchell 100 is the one. I think that's the match winner.
Yeah,
I think that's the match winner on a pitch which is deteriorating a little bit.
Here comes Mitchell Santner, and that's driven by Jamie Smith very nicely out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. If you were to rank the players who have made the biggest impression on this series win for New Zealand, one man who would definitely feature in my top 3, and I'd put him in 3rd place, 3rd most significant influence, has never sniffed and never would sniff a man of the match or a man of the player of the series. Smith goes down the wicket. Will it carry to long on? What a catch! What a brilliant catch from Nathan Smith at long on. That is a terrific run and diving, tumbling catch. Mitchell Santner takes the last wicket. Jamie Smith has holed out to long on, and it was an appropriate moment of genius from Nathan Smith, who may well be named the player of the series. He didn't finish it with a wicket, but he finished it with the catch, and New Zealand have won by 160 runs. Just the 11th time in Test history that a team has come back from 1-0 down to win 2-1 in a 3-match series, and New Zealand have done it in absolute style. Jamie Smith fighting to the end, couldn't resist the long drive down the ground, but he's holed out, and England have been bowled out for 212 to lose by 160 runs. And unfortunately, the Test match will be remembered for all sorts of reasons, as well as, hopefully, not in spite of New Zealand's magnificent cricket.
Yeah, I think you've got a huge amount of congratulations to Tom Latham and his team. They've been absolutely magnificent, and that catch there for me is another reason why I'd give Nathan Smith man of the series. He's bowled his absolute heart out. He's been involved in a couple of key partnerships in the lower order. He's took 2 or 3 very, very good catches, and I think he's been the glue that's held New Zealand together. It's the end of Ben Stokes. It's the end of obviously this era of his part in Bazball. I just wonder when the dust settles, the one-day series against India settles, with 100 coming up, 4 weeks for ECB to buy themselves some time. I just wonder if this is the end of Bazball, full stop. If it is, it's been a great ride. But for now, I think we have to congratulate New Zealand and Tom Latham, his team, Daryl Mitchell, Matt Henry, Will O'Rourke, who has been magnificent for me and not got the adulation he should have. Nathan Smith, in my eyes, should be man of the series. And in the last 2 Test matches, Manners, without Ben Stokes, they thoroughly outplayed England at the Oval. And with Ben Stokes, I think you can argue they've had the plan, they've fulfilled their plan, and they've outplayed Ben Stokes' team in Trent Bridge.
I never finished what I was saying about the third biggest influence on the series.
Who was it?
Tom Blundell.
Tom Blundell, yeah. Yeah, and he's the only one I didn't mention.
Yeah. Honestly, never mind the stats. It's the impact that he had on the dismissal in both innings of Joe Root and Harry Brook at the Oval. I think that was a key moment. And I just think that he was a presence on the England middle order in particular throughout the series, predominantly by standing up to the stumps and doing so efficiently and so well. Down below us, the players are going through possibly my favourite ritual that is associated with international cricket, especially Test cricket, where the teams line up and hug each other, shake hands traditionally, but this has been a very, very keenly contested series, and overshone by the emotion of Ben Stokes' retirement on day 4 of this final Test match. But congratulations all round, and Rod Tucker pausing for a moment to have a word with Ben Stokes and pass on his congratulations for a stellar career. The end of Ben Stokes as an international cricketer for now. He has retired from international cricket, and actually he's pretty adamant that there'll be no comeback. Mitchell Santner toiled away, didn't he, for a couple of wickets in the end, 2 for 54 from his 14.2 overs, and it really was a very special catch indeed from Nathan Smith, which ended proceedings just over half an hour into the final session. And Harmy, England will analyse where to go for England in the following on podcast, in which we look back at this Test match. But there's not much time to dwell on it, because for the likes of Harry Brook and Jacob Bethel, they've got more international cricket starting in 2 days' time. Just over 48 hours they'll be lining up against India in the first of 5 T20 internationals. It's absolutely non-stop. I mean, I don't know how you would have felt, Harmy. You weren't always a multi-format player. There were times you stood away from the one-day game, but for me, at the end of a 3-match Test series, I certainly feel like I need a couple of days to decompress, and but it just doesn't happen
now. No, it doesn't happen, and that's the thing that. Yeah, sometimes when you have time to decompress, as you say, that's where the most sort of thought and evaluation of what has just happened and what you've done, and you can if you go well, you can take your time to enjoy the success that your team and you have had as an individual and as a team. And if you lose, you can also do a hell of a lot more learning of understanding what potentially went wrong, iron out the finer points of what you need to do better individually as in a team going forward. And I think the modern day Test cricketer is just used to putting it all behind him as quickly as he possibly can and moving on to the next challenge. And the next challenge is 5:30 on Wednesday at Chesley Street, England against India, and one that will be captained by Harry Brook. And we'll remain to see what will happen in a couple of months' time. 18th of August, that will be the date. That's the countdown date now for English cricket. It's amazing. You've got the 15-year-old in Suryavanshi coming over to play 5 games against England in a white ball series, and all the talk will be over the next 5 or 6 weeks through the one-day series, through the T20 series, then the one-day series, then the 100. It'll be who will captain England in the first Test match against Pakistan. It won't be Ben Stokes. Will it be Brendan McCullum as captain? I think that is a conversation for the powers that be at the ECB, especially the two Richards, on where English cricket goes next, because for me they're the most important decision makers in what's happened with Ben Stokes and where the England cricket Test match cricket team goes next.
Right, should we do it all again?
Yeah, why not?
Welcome to the following on podcast. I'm Neil Manthorp alongside Steve Harmison to look back at a thoroughly deserved and compelling victory by 160 runs for New Zealand, which gives them the series 2-1 and thoroughly deserved. England resuming on the final day on 103 for 4, bowled out for 212, a fighting half century from Jamie Smith at the end. Made 60, but well caught, brilliantly caught actually, by Nathan Smith on the long-on boundary off the bowling of left-arm spinner Mitchell Santner. It all began horribly for England when Emilio Gay was caught behind by Tom Blundell off the bowling of the excellent Smith for 10, and then Joe Root run out, the first of 2 run-outs on the day. Josh Tongue also falling to a direct hit from Mitchell Santner. Joe Root was run out by Henry Nicholls, who made a good stop at gully and threw the stumps down from the ground before regaining his feet. Nathan Smith 2 for 64. Zach Folkes on the 4th evening 3 for 52, while England were trying to basball their way to an unlikely target of 373, and Mitchell Santner toiling away at the end with his left arm spinners 2 for 54. The result never in doubt after England lost those 4 wickets on the 4th evening, in a session of madness following the emotion of Ben Stokes' retirement from international cricket. It's one of the rarer feats in a 3-match series to lose the first and come back to win 2-1. It's the first 3-match series on home soil that England have lost since they went down 2-1 to South Africa in 2012. Lots and lots to talk about, to process, especially for England, who now find themselves in a state of flux without their long-serving captain and without a discernible sense of direction. But for New Zealand, and a really stunning performance, Steve Harmison. You know, they've been in form. They were coherent. There were times when we thought, certainly by England's ambitious standards, they were conservative. You know, they could never accuse them of over-attacking with bat or with ball or with their fielding positions. But their approach was one that they understood, their direction, their clarity of thought. It was all in absolute sync, wasn't it? And like New Zealanders, they never got too high emotionally and they never got too low. They were patient. There were some brilliant performances with bat and ball, and nobody can remotely doubt that they are worthy series winners.
Absolutely, 100% agree that they are worthy winners. They came with a plan. They didn't deviate from that plan when the plan was challenged and it was tested. They stuck to their guns, and they made sure that they weren't going to be, like you said, up or down from an emotion point of view. But also, even when they lost that first Test match, they lost the first Test match in a shootout. England have won 2 Test matches in the recent past, and both of them have been shootouts. New Zealand were on the wrong side of that at Lords, but the plan that they came with and they executed runs a little bit. If you go back 6 months when Ben Stokes did a press conference at the end of the Ashes, and he talked about how England potentially getting found out and how to play against. New Zealand left New Zealand knowing this is how we think England can be beaten, and they didn't deviate from that plan. They batted cautiously. I think they batted defensively quite sound, and I think they knew that if they put England under pressure in bowlers' second, third and fourth spell, having to use Bashir in times where it's not turning, and they didn't sort of try and hit him out of the tack, but they milked him nicely, getting Archer into a spell, later into a dare. You knew you could put England under pressure, and even then when England went to a 4-man attack, they didn't try and over attack England. They basically said, we're going to let you punch yourselves out in the first 4 or 5 rounds, and then we'll take you deep into the fight, and we will come good then. And by all manner of game plan that New Zealand have worked against England. The same with their bowlers. Their bowlers have come, they've attacked with Will O'Rourke, they've defended at times with Smith and Folkes in this game. The spin option again has been non-existent until this game, but they've basically said, we will bowl with discipline. We've got one bowler who will come hard at you, but he bowls quite a disciplined line and length in Will O'Rourke. And as we feel as though you're getting more and more into your innings, we feel as though that's when you become more vulnerable of the big shot. And we'll have fielders in the right angles and the right places. And we feel as though if we put you under pressure and stop you from scoring 4 to 6 runs and over, you will find a way of getting yourself out. And I think all of that, again, like what Ben said, being found out over Christmas period in Australia, New Zealand have had the answers to find England out in a series which, at home, England don't lose. England don't lose. They drew against India, they drew against Australia. England don't lose at home. And for me, that's why I possibly went 24 hours too early on. If Ben Stokes is going, Brendan McCullum has to go. And I'm not saying that because they've lost 2-1. I think Bazball now is dead in the water. I think we have to reevaluate the way we play Test match cricket, because I called it amateur hour last night, and it was amateur hour. The way Harry Brook went about it, the only one I can sort of say that wasn't amateur hour was Ben Duckett, because he played the way I thought he played the way Ben Duckett does, and he got a good ball. But Gus Atkinson and Jamie Smith batted for an hour and a bit today, showing you can bat on this wicket. It wasn't a minefield like Lords was. It was a surface you could bat on, and that kamikaze stuff last night, I think, possibly just reinforces and typifies what the England cricket team has been for the last 4.5 years, and why it hasn't won against India, it hasn't won against Australia.
Is one of the objectives of Test cricket to be able to control your emotions, to harness your emotions, and not let them get away with you? That's what happened at the end of the 4th evening, in the aftermath of the announcement of Stokes' retirement from international cricket. The emotions just completely dominated England. I think that there's a lot about this New Zealand performance throughout the series that England can learn from. Harnessing your emotions and not letting them, but also
don't learn. They don't learn. That's the problem.
They have to.
That's the problem, man.
They have to.
They don't learn. They don't learn. They don't take criticism. They don't listen to people. It's again. I want to talk positively about a great cricketer leaving the stage in Ben Stokes, but they don't listen. They don't learn. All the preparation talk, these are all has-beens. Sir Ian Botham had a go at Ben on a podcast in between the Lords and the Oval Test match after what happened. Beefy's done that because Ben Stokes called him has-been. All these things are what England haven't learned over the course of 4 years. And a lot of it has been, and it's not smart after the event. A lot of the stuff that former England players who might be getting on or are in the media might have agenda this and might have an agenda that. They're talking about how Test match cricket should be played. And the four walls between the England cricket team, Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes, and the rest of the hierarchy, they see the game played in a completely different way. And Australia have beat them, India have beat them, and a game plan has come to England and won for the first time in a 3-match series since 2012. And they didn't have it wasn't rocket science. It wasn't rocket science. It was Test match cricket played properly.
I just want to correct you on one thing. You said the way Test match cricket should be played, and I want to correct that because it's the way Test match cricket needs to be played. Yes, you can play it differently. Yes, you can challenge the boundary. You can push the boundaries. You can reinvent certain approaches at certain times that are appropriate. But Test cricket is 5 days, and you can't play it like they did, like kindergarten children with too much sugar at the end of the 4th day. That was not the way to chase 370. 170 maybe.
Yeah, 170. Yeah, absolutely spot on. Test match cricket, you can't win a game of Test match cricket in 2 hours.
You can't impose yourself on any sport over 5 days.
No, you can't. But the point being is, in a 2-hour period, you can't win a 5-day Test match in a 2-hour period. But over 4 years, 4.5 years, the Test matches England have lost have come over a 2-hour period. They've come over a 2-hour period. A brainless 2-hour period has cost England a Test match. It cost England a Test series. Last night was a little bit of petulance of 2 fingers up to whoever needed the 2 fingers being put up to by Ben Stokes, and the rest of his team followed. I'm not saying I haven't got a problem with that, but when you look back at it and you go, I mean, come on, boys. I mean, this is like you say, kindergarten stuff. This is it's my bat, it's my ball. I'm going to play my way. I mean, you've lost the series. We in the media, as former players, have to sort of dissect and digest what has gone right and gone wrong for England. I'm talking over a 4-year period because I think this is the end of Bazball, and it should be the end of Bazball. And I think, like I said before, I keep coming back to the fact Ben Stokes says we might have been found out. I also look at it and think, and I've always said this, you can't win a game, you can't win a Test match in 2 hours, but boy, you can lose it. And when England have lost big games, it's largely down to a kamikaze 2 hours. And it wasn't the 2 hours that was last night. It wasn't. New Zealand have had a better game plan than England throughout this whole Test series, in my opinion. They won a shootout at Lords. But Brendan McCullum is on our screens. A huge amount of pressure on him on what happens next. If ECB come out and say we haven't got the money to sack him, then fair enough. There's nothing you can do about it. But I think for the England cricket team going forward now, and some of the issues they have through selection and replacing Ben Stokes, some of the issues they had when you make so many changes at the Oval, which will be coming further down the line, where you have 2 Test matches between 5 players. This is not the environment to bring in new faces.
I think they could find the money, Harmy. They, if it comes down to that, 25 centrally contracted players, many of whom are probably not going to play for England again. That's been just one of several mistakes, I think, is made by the director of cricket. Let's look back. Actually, Lords, you called it a shootout twice. I just want to make the point that as good as New Zealand's fielding was here at Trent Bridge, it was poor at Lords, and if they'd caught their catches, they'd have won that Test match too.
Agreed.
So actually, they could well have won this 3-0, and they had a bad game in the field. But here, Devon Conway and Tom Latham, let's not forget their opening stand of 317. That was very, very special. The captain making 151, Conway at 157. There was a magnificent fight back. I said at the time it was one of the best first innings fight backs that I've seen. And it was led by Ben Stokes. You know, from 317 for none to 438 all out was an incredible fight back. And Stokes is 4 for 70. More particularly, the 8-over spell, which brought him 3 for 13 on the second morning, was magnificent. And I hope that people remember his final Test match for that eyeballs out, potentially match-changing bowling performance than for his batting in the second innings. England then 354. Jacob Bethel finally got some runs, but for Harry Brook, it was the third time past 50 in the series without reaching 60. And that in itself is a problem. He's not capitalising on the talent that he has, never mind the fact that he threw it away on the fourth evening in his second innings, chasing 370. He's made 21 off 9 balls, and it makes me shudder to think that he could be England's captain against Pakistan in the first of 3 tests against them in just under a month's time. Gosh, got to change his approach and his attitude, surely. He's got talent to burn, and unfortunately he is burning it. He's wasting it.
Yeah, and it's hard to, as much as I do agree with what you're saying there, he averages 55 or 53 in Test match cricket. So not many people average that. We can see the frustrations in all England fans when you play the innings the way Harry's played it, and especially the 21 off 9 balls. Michael Vaughan was very scared than last night on the TV when he talked about it. I think he said it was a pathetic innings. And it's hard to disagree. And I just wonder, everything I've said about the regime and the culture and everything that goes, I'd like to think that Harry Brook might be different under a different management. I just wonder if the influence of the environment of Brendan McCullum has been very, very good for English cricket. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking, it always happens when somebody comes towards the end, we aren't winning. He's been very, very good for English cricket for the first 2.5 years when the English cricket needed a boost and a lift. But since then, like the captain said, we've been found out. We're getting predictable to play against. Harry Brook's getting predictable to bowl against as well. You're either hanging it outside off stump, or if you play on a big enough field, you bowl short at him with, men in the deep, and he'll eventually either nick one, or he'll top edge one, or he'll hit one straight to somebody down somebody's throat. Now, I just wonder if Harry might be. We don't want him to be a different cricketer, but the Brendan McCullum regime over the course of the last 18 months, I don't think has been very healthy for somebody like Harry Brook. It wasn't healthy for Zach Crawley, I don't think. It didn't help. I don't think that you can label the Ollie Pope one, because I think Ollie Pope, not a hospital pass, nobody wanted to bat number 3, and he's batted at number 3. I just think for one or two others, Jacob Bethel, I think would possibly be better and more disciplined under a different management. I think Harry Brook would be better and different under a different management. But that management coming in, they've got a huge amount of questions on a lot of things, whether it's the captain, the balance of the side, how they find their spin bowler. We talked earlier about, Jofra Archer and Shoaib Bashir, 2 contrasting cricketers. One who is deemed now, when Ben Stokes is out of the team and he's gone, that you can't select a frontline spinner like Shoaib Bashir, because he's in the development stage and he's just young and he's learning education. And then you've got Jofra Archer, who is a multi-million-pound IPL cricketer, who is a exciting talent, who is supposed to be our spearhead. He's been in England cricketer for 7 years, and he's got the same amount of wickets from one less game as our supposedly spin bowler, who can't be selected in Shoaib Bashir. So there's a huge amount of things that I think a different management group might just make this group calmer, think better, make smarter decisions, and possibly play the game of Test match cricket I think, a little bit closer to what we expect Test match cricket to be played, rather than what was required at the time under Brendan McCullum. For the 2.5 years we all loved it, when they had Broad Anderson, Wokes, Bairstow, and one or two other senior players who didn't really need coaching and managing too much and had huge amount of talent. I think now we're going back and potentially starting again.
For all England's flattery to deceive as Test cricketers during this match, one man stood out as a really gritty, determined, brave, courageous and skillful old-fashioned Test cricketer, and he is the man of the match, Daryl Mitchell. His 6th Test 100, unbeaten on 100 from 241 balls. The numbers I will also remember is that he was hit 15 times, went through 4 helmets, and ended up with at least 20 bruises, and 5 catches at slip.
And 5 catches at slip. I mean, the innings he played here was fantastic. It had everything, all the superlatives you want to give him. Yeah, he had bravery, he had a tactical nous.
Great decision making.
Great decision making. His ability to get under the skin of the opposition was apparent on more than one occasion.
Almost as good as his straight drive.
Yeah, absolutely. to diffuse any sort of tension, to diffuse any sort of build-up of pressure. He is a top cricketer, is Daryl Mitchell. He's not somebody who is overly pleasing on the eye, but boy, when he plays an innings, it's got all the shots, and I think he's one of them players who is so much more appreciated by his teammates than he is by the wider public, and for me that is much more of a better quality from a player's point of view than anything else. If my teammates think I am a proper team player that will go out there in any given conditions, there is an element of selfishness in Daryl Mitchell, the way he bats, but the way he plays for his team and the situations that he tries to put his team in from a winning point of view, I think that far outweighs what anybody else thinks from the wider public.
And one other man in the New Zealand team who is very, very pleasing on the eye as opposed to Daryl Mitchell is Rachin Ravindra, and he played a dreadful shot at the end of the first day as New Zealand let slip what was a profound advantage after that opening stand. But Ravindra, he put away his ego. He limited himself to scoring opportunities rather than trying to create scoring opportunities. He didn't force it, and he batted within himself, and he made a brilliant 94. Absolute, and just as I say, reining himself in. And just because you have all the shots, just because you can score it better than run a ball, doesn't mean it's in the best interests for you to try and do so. Sometimes the team needs you to bite the bullet, and if you have to function at 30% of your capability in the team's interests, that's what you have to do. And that's what I think is, apart from Joe Root, who's been doing that for England?
Not many. And there's a lot of the whats and why fors from an England point of view. Ben Duckett, yes, you're right. It's hard. I sit here I got distracted there because Jofra Archer's on the screen getting a Man of the Series awards, and I look at that and think he didn't play at Lords, and he played in the. Yeah,
he's England's player of the series.
England's
New Zealand have.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a bit of tongue in cheek about that?
I don't know.
New Zealand have nominated him as England's player of the series.
I don't think you'd have a tongue in cheek on an award like that. I just think it shows where this England cricket team have been over the course of 3 Test matches. That somebody that didn't play in the first Test match.
What are they saying though? Okay, you didn't take many wickets, but you had us jumping around and you made us uncomfortable. So therefore, you're the England's best player.
Yeah, and I'm struggling to get it. I feel as though I'm bashing Jofra, and I'm not. But he bowled an 8-over spell at Glenn Phillips, which it was great, fantastic, but didn't get him out.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's great entertainment, but he didn't get him out.
Yeah.
He scored 100.
In the 2 test matches he played in, England got beaten both games. Do you know what I mean? So we've got a man of the series. I think that's more. Forget who won man of the series. Think the actual cricketer that won the man of the series got beaten both games. Didn't play in the first test match. Couldn't bowl for an hour and a half when New Zealand got 100 runs on that morning, which completely changed the game. So if it's not tongue in cheek, what a great. I don't want to keep
I
going
tell you
on.
what, let's talk about.
Do you know what I mean?
let's talk about somebody who was undoubtedly the man of the series for New Zealand, and England wouldn't have had any question marks about nominating Nathan Smith as New Zealand's player of the series. Just 3 wickets behind Richard Hadley's all-time New Zealand record of 19 wickets in a 3-match series. Nathan Smith has taken 16, and for somebody who wasn't actually really in most people's starting 11s when New Zealand arrived in Ireland for that Test match, and then these 3. He's not only not only established himself as a first choice, he's an Inca for New Zealand for the foreseeable future, but he's had a tremendous series. There was also the run-out of Ben Duckett at the Oval when Emilio Gay tried to steal a single to get off strike, and he was brilliant. Nathan Smith pouncing from mid-off, direct hit, ran out Duckett. It's little moments like that, the big moments are 16 wickets, but there are other little moments which shape a series.
100% agree, and I mean the catch at the end, that last catch at the end was a brilliant catch, and it sort of rubber sealed the man of the series for me from Nathan Smith. He's been the one, like I said right at the very end there, he's been the glue that's held New Zealand together, whether Henry came in for a test match after Smith had to pick up the slack when Henry was injured at Lord's. Henry then, the run out, you're right, the way he bowled, the way he's batted, he's got some valuable runs down at the lower order, especially in that first test match. And along with Will O'Rourke, I know we only bowled 3.5 overs in this 4th innings, but Will O'Rourke and Nathan Smith have really stepped up to the plate.
Harmy, I just want to say that Brendan McCullum has just been interviewed and on a fellow station, and he has said that he wants to carry on as coach. He believes they have identified what needs to change, and he believes that the approach on the 4th evening was the right one on that pitch. I'll come back to that because he also said, when asked about a new captain, he said that there are people who he believes will become very good captains in the future, and he didn't say it, but he gave the impression by saying that Harry Brook may not be ready to take over. All I would say about that 4th evening approach is that if he is proud of that bit representing his brand of Test cricket, I cannot believe that England cricket fans will believe that he is the right man to carry on as coach.
I mean, I've said enough about what I think should happen with Brendan, and I've got nothing more to add other than you've heard it from the horse's mouth. If he thinks
said that's the right approach on this pitch.
If he thinks that this is the right way to go, and he wants to carry on playing that way, then come on, Richard Thompson, come on, Richard Gould, come on, Rob Key. You're going to have to, for the good of English cricket, you've got to do something to stop this. That last night wasn't the right way to go. And you can't, if he's saying on that pitch, Rachin Ravindra got 94 of 140 balls.
That pitch which Gus Atkinson and Jamie Smith batted for an hour and a half on the 5th day.
Gus Atkinson faced 70 balls. Right, Gus Atkinson's faced 152 balls in this Test match. Your number 8's faced 152 balls in this Test match, and you think that was the right way to go. I understand Ben Stokes playing the way he did. I understand Ben Stokes having the mentality of 2 fingers up to the establishment because he was going. There's obviously something gone on here that might come out, might not come out with Ben Stokes and why he's going. You don't retire in the middle of an 11-over spell and still have things to give if something hasn't happened behind the scenes or there's a lack of trust between one party and another party. But if the coach is coming out and saying that Harry Brook coming out and playing 21 and getting 21 runs off 9 balls in a pathetic way is the right way to go when your number 8 has batted 151 balls on a pitch and 2 of the opposition batters have got, Rachin Ravindra got 94, Daryl Mitchell got 100 and played beautifully on the same pitch within a space of a couple of hours. I'm sorry, who is he trying to fool? I mean, Brendan McCullum has his way and he's brainwashing people, and unfortunately in English conditions, in England at this moment in time, that dressing room with England players, if he thinks that's the right way, then English cricket is in real trouble unless the powers that be at top act. Come out and say you can't afford to sack him. No problem. Carry on. But if you can afford to sack him, he's coming out and saying that that fourth evening is the right approach. I'm sorry. I mean, we might as well all go on.
He may well be trying to kid himself that that is the approach that is going to win a test match with a target in the 4th innings of 373. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It never has in 140 plus years, and it almost certainly never will in the future. 170 would have been different. Anyway, England will be bowled out for 212, and they've lost the series 2-1. Let's just give
But Manners, the thing that I mean, that's really annoyed me as you've. It doesn't matter whether we're chasing 125, 225, 325. It doesn't matter what the total was.
respect it.
Respect the game of Test match cricket and come out and play in a way. That's just. I'm not bothered how many England had to chase. Whether you felt as though you could chase that or not. Like I said, I understand Ben's up yours. But I'm sorry, the rest, nah. And if Brendan McCullum defends that, sorry. I mean, this is, we're not that, surely we're not that stupid.
Final word, no, we're not. No, and I don't think that England cricket supporters are either. And I think that they will see through this. And I think that if you disrespect the game that so many millions of people have loved and will love and do love, then it will come back and disrespect you. Ben Stokes was asked, and he's still got many press conferences to do, but he was asked, are you still serious about watching next summer's Ashes from your sofa? And he said, I'm done, mate, and I'm happy. So he is of absolutely no doubt in his mind that he's not coming back to play international cricket and that he is done with it. So let's just talk very briefly about the captaincy possibilities. You know what's really interesting? I think people maybe have been listening to you on the commentary, and word has spread, because you said very early on today, talking about a successor, what about Ollie Pope coming back? And since then, I've seen it mentioned 6 times. So people have picked up on your thoughts. A lot of talk about moving Bethel to 6. And having Pope in the middle order with possibly Brook at 3. You know, like, Harry, have a bit more responsibility. See how you handle it. Maybe you can bat like a man. And Pope as a stand-in captain, because we did, you know, Brendan McCullum very clearly gave the impression that Harry Brook was not necessarily the next captaincy cab off the rank, even though he is officially vice captain.
Yeah, there's not many candidates. I can't imagine. I can understand Joe standing in. I can't imagine Joe wanting to do it until the end of the Ashes. I really can't. I could understand Joe if England went down the disciplinary route and stripped Ben Stokes of the captaincy and said, we still want you to play. You know, we're going to take the captaincy away from you because what we feel as though you did was warranted for that. Then I could see Joe go until the end of the Ashes with Ben Stokes and his team. There's obviously something going on that Ben Stokes felt as though that his need to come out of the group. So I can't see Joe wanting to take that on. So then that leaves you with Harry, and he's not ready for that. Yeah, he's not ready. He should be ready for all 3 formats. I mean, it's a tough job for the coach. Never mind for the captain. And Ollie Pope, he's been keeping wicket for Surrey. He bats at he's more suited batting in the lower middle order, and he had the hospital pass of batting at number 3. So, if you want to look at the numbers and purely numbers, you probably wouldn't go back to Ollie Pope. And they don't go back to Ollie Pope. I just mentioned Ollie Pope's name because I'm thinking England need to find somebody potentially to keep wicket. Are we looking at another keeper and having Jamie Smith in as a batter only? Then you've got Jordan Cox potentially could come in at number 7. That means somebody within this group would have to captain the team. Ollie Pope has captained England before when Ben Stokes has not been there. So there is one or two options. I don't see many others than Harry Brook, Joe Root, or Ollie Pope, and that's a real shame. It is a real shame, but I mean, you look at Ben Stokes. I think he is done. Yesterday, I didn't think he was. Just listen to him talk last night. Seen him today. I think he is done. He's a very stubborn character as Ben, and I think that's it. So whether England come in with a new coach, director of cricket, chairman, chief executive, bottle washer, whatever, if there's a difference, I still don't think he'll come back. I do think his race is run, and if that's the case, I think there's some darker times ahead, even if we do make a change from a coaching point of view, because he is so irreplaceable.
By the way, don't ever, I shouldn't wag my finger at you, sorry. Don't ever make the mistake of thinking that Ben Stokes is motivated by money. Do not think that he's going to go and play in the IPL.
That's the one tournament I don't think he'll play in.
Yeah.
I think he'll play in a couple of tournaments. I can see him playing for Durham. I can see him playing for Durham, which is great for my county. I mean, to have Ben Stokes and to have an inspirational figure like him in a dressing room. Durham have got 1 or 2 good young cricketers coming through. A fantastic all-round proposition in Casey Aldridge. What a person from Casey's point of view to come and learn from for the last 6 championship games to play with Ben Stokes. I mean, 1 or 2 young bowlers as well coming through, so it's fantastic with Durham if he does. Ben Stokes loves the game. He wants to play the game. You've seen him when he went back and played for Durham. There's a smile on his face. I can see him possibly playing in South Africa in the SA20. I can also see him possibly playing in Dubai. 2 places where I think now, as much as the realization of not being an England player, I think he'll now, wherever he goes, he takes his family with him, and has some family time and play a bit of cricket around that. And I think because of that, I hope he gets peace. I spoke about him last night and how much pride I have from seeing Ben Stokes as a 15-year-old to a 35-year-old become one of the greatest cricketers that's ever played cricket for England, but also one of the best characters, one of the best human beings. He's all the little things that might have gone on in Ben's life doesn't take any shine away from what a brilliant cricketer he's been for this country. And I really do hope now he's at peace with the decision he's made, and he can go and enjoy what he's got left, playing a game he undoubtedly loves.
He certainly does. I hope you've enjoyed our ball-by-ball commentary of this absorbing test series here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We'll be back with more ball-by-ball commentary at the same place for the 3-match Pakistan series, which gets underway with the first test at Headingley on August the 17th. We do look forward to your company then. There'll be loads more content on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Harmy and I will be carrying on doing our weekly roundup of England and rest of the world news every week on a Monday or a Tuesday, so do look out for that. But for now, from all of us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, thanks for your company from all over the world. We look forward to doing it next month.